everybody, and we are live. I'm hoping I've got this all right, because usually things like this don't cooperate with me all that well. And looks like we are good to go. Alright, just letting everybody know. Right, so I'm gonna pause screen capture here for a moment. Lots of stuff that none of y'all don't really need to see. Pop in the voice chat. Alrighty. So just waiting for the rest of the crew to pop in for us. I'm gonna go ahead and restart that. Hello. Not sure who of you it was that popped in. Ah, hello, Xavier.
Howdy, listening to Fluffy.
Listening to Fluffy.
Can you turn this on?
Alright, just letting people know.
I don't think Sarah's going to join us because she's not sure if she can be here consistently.
No, it's understandable. Yeah, she had mentioned that to me.
I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to, but fuck it!
Well, if her concern is about not being here consistently, like I get that. At the same time, however, it's not going to be like she's going to be punished or anything. Hell, I'm not even sure that I can do this weekly, even. But then again, that's the joy of D&D, isn't it? Never knowing when the next session is going to actually be.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna go back over here just to make sure that I don't miss people popping into the chat like I did yesterday. Yeah, I noticed the poker couple rated us, and there's hashtag Contins focused. Oh. It looks like we're waiting on Mahariel's min-maxing ass.
Motherfucker, I min-maxed my Warlock before we came, so...
Yeah, and as I mentioned to him earlier, I have PTSD from that. And from the sounds of it, it looks like it's just going to be the two of you.
Wonderful. So,
Yeah.
I learned he has PTSD now. Conti. Why do you have PTSD, Conti?
From you two motherfuckers.
Me and Chaos.
Welcome to being a DM. Players will always choose the route you don't expect them to take. It's supposed to be the fun part.
Look, I get that. And at the same time, I had loose expectations about the way things were going to go, but still.
Expectations about how it's gonna go. Still.
These two motherfuckers literally took the boss fight and killed 75% of the enemies in like one
Hold on a
round.
fucking second. Conti, shut up a sec.
Just don't put him and Chaos next to each other in the school bus.
Yeah, I have no control over that. They're going to see each other. Oh, hey, I'm moving seats.
Yeah, I'm moving seats, but you've got control over it. You're the adult, supposedly.
Yeah, these two motherfuckers took the final boss fight of the dungeon and in one round killed 75% of the enemies.
Yeah, but
With
did
blindness
you
and
remember to
fireball.
scale the did you remember to scale the enemies as you scaled the players?
Yes, the boss fight,
Are
the
you
reason
sure?
everybody was getting scaled up, the boss was level 6.
Yeah.
The problem
Well,
is that pirates don't have much HP.
well, whose fault is it for making it a pirate? You wanted it to be more challenging. You should have given them a fucking dragon or something.
I gave them the opportunity to even introduce a dragon into the fight. I'm surprised they didn't take that.
Apparently, he gave you the opportunity to fight a dragon, and you didn't do it.
I said I gave them the opportunity to introduce one into the fight. I mentioned specifically there was a dragon corpse in the room.
None of them are necromancers.
One of them was talking about having raised dead.
Apparently there was a dragon corpse in the room he could have raised dead. He could have used raised dead on it.
Yeah, he wanted to, but he thought no, he wanted to fight Monster.
And besides, Constantine, I meant on your side of the fight, dum-dum.
Yes, I'm fully aware of that, and trust that I already have plans on how to repay their kindness.
He already has plans on how to repay your kindness.
I'm sure I'll dick those
kindness?
plans over. I'm
What
sure I'll dick those plans over.
What are you talking about? I was nothing but nice and gentle.
Yeah, and you shit fairy dust too.
And I was playing, and I
Not
was
fairy dust,
and that was baby
astral
mode.
dust.
Constantine, that was baby mode. You want to see me bully your campaign?
You did this.
I mean, with his playstyle, all he has to do is play a full-on sorcerer or wizard, and he will bully you.
Uh-huh.
Wizards bully everyone.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that shit.
Especially with their personally for me, their sexy abundance of the use of the spell fireball.
Nah, see, Fireball is great, but if you think that's bad, Simulacrum.
Oh,
lets you clone
simulacrum. Oh
yourself.
yes. So that
So
means
it's a
that, and
concentration spell.
simulacrum. Pretty sure you can use your simulacrums as like a bonus action, right? And they have all the shit that you do. So you could have them. You could have them cast like fireball like 3 fucking times.
Here's where it gets fun. Wish, which wizards get, the only class that gets it, can mimic any other spell without repercussions. You can cast Simulacrum with Wish and it becomes just a permanent Simulacrum. Do the math. You
And
are
it's a
a
long rest.
one-man army. It's just in one day there's 2 of you. In 1 week there's 8 of you.
In two, there's 24. In 3, there's 48.
Oh no, they can't do the same thing you did. 'Cause
Well,
they do not-
if you give them, fuck, I forget the spell, but you can give them sentience to copy what you do as well. So that
Oh,
means
no,
they
no,
could
no,
also
no, no,
cast
it's not
wish.
because of that. It's because they won't have Wish. Because you're using your only 9th level spell to cast the Simulacrum, they would not be able to do it. But they would
True.
be permanent.
Can't you? But yeah, true. But can't you? Like when you've got like 8 of them, can't you? Cast wish to give them access to wish as well.
That is a non-standard use of the spell Wish, so you risk losing.
Yeah, but if it pays off, though, it's fucking worth it.
Don't do it on 8.
Hello, Gabe. Thanks for stopping, even if you're not gonna be here
I'll
long.
probably
But
do it on like 6. Probably do it on like 16 or 24 or something.
Yeah.
hello, Gabe. Thanks for stopping, even if you're not.
Hello, we're just talking totally casual ways of bullying our DM.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Welcome to DMing, motherfucker.
Anyway, that's a thing.
It's not our fault. You wanted to know what it was like, and I'm preparing you mentally for it. That's all. Don't worry, I will never play a wizard. You are safe from me.
Not for me though. I never promised to do it. I never promised to be nice.
I don't know. It's not because of that. If I play wizards, it's not fun for anyone.
Just never promised to be nice. That is a promise I cannot keep.
Yeah, well, I think your conscience has officially decided they're very likely going to be joining us for a bit.
Nice. Also,
I have. Hold on a sec. Hold on. I have a conscience.
Yeah, I believe you call her roommate.
Okay, so
Sarah, what the fuck? Sarah doesn't get paid enough to act as my conscience.
damn.
You don't get paid enough.
Yeah, she just has. She's like, "Are you asking for my help?" I said, "More like begging for it."
Are you texting her now?
No,
Yes.
hold up. This is the
Sarah.
perfect moment.
Sarah,
This
is
is where she has to go.
Not get
I
paid,
like you begging. Do
but
it again.
God, no. Ew.
what now?
Ew.
What now?
He wants me to go. I like you begging. No.
I mean, give it like an hour. I bet you will.
I already said it once. If you didn't hear it clearly, it's not my problem. So, Continue. You don't
Yes.
pay me enough for this.
I pay you?
Baby. I always babysit him on a daily basis.
I pay you?
My fucking roommate. Well, you better start.
Give me a second. Gotta use the restroom.
Okay. I'm never gonna say that to Contine because we don't have that kind of relationship. That would just be creepy. It'd be like saying it to my brother or something.
Huh?
Me and Contine, we go way back.
I don't like how you just associated the phrase "I like to hear you begging" with the relationship you have with your brother.
No, I said I'm never going to say it to Contine because he's like a brother to me. And it would just be weird. Pay attention to the whole sentence or don't chip in.
Why would I do that?
Fuck you.
I swear, sometimes you don't understand how you ask too much.
I don't ask too much. You've just been spoiled your whole life.
No, it's just you
Yep.
asked me to think. No, it's just you asked me to think.
Yes. That is a requirement of life, I'm afraid.
No, I know. But no, fucking. I heard. It just my brain did not properly understand it the way it should have been understood. I'm like, huh?
Hey,
That makes sense.
pretty option. Pretty it up.
See, I felt I understand the problem going on here. You said you wouldn't say that. Anyway, you said that you would never say that to me because you see me like a brother. In his head, he thought was thinking, I guess, "What are you doing, step bro?"
At this point, I don't know what I was thinking, but I don't fucking care.
That's the way it came off.
That's just a sex joke waiting to happen. Anyway.
You're the one that turned it into a sex joke.
He always will.
I mean, to be fair, that's one of the reasons. To be fair, that's one of the reasons why he and I are probably going to get along very well.
Considering that the first DM you ever send him was Ass Blaster 9000.
Anal Destroyer 9000, thank you very much.
Whatever. Close enough. Who else are we waiting for?
I don't know if Lemon's going to be joining or not. I would have asked Gabe since he's her boyfriend, but he just left a couple minutes ago.
I'll message Lemon. Apparently, she sent me well wishes last night. Is that her pronoun, or am I just assuming?
I don't think she has specified that she has a specific one. I know she's bi, but I don't think she has a specific pronoun other than she.
Is she? Oh, well.
Put it in the pants.
Well, you don't have to worry about her putting it in her pants or not with Lemon, considering the fact that I consider Lemon a sister and she just said she looks at me like a brother, so that's yeah.
My message could not be delivered. We don't share a server or only accepting direct messages from friends.
She's got the setting where if you're not friends, you don't get messages.
Well, she just got a friend request, so.
Makes sense.
Ew, I can heat myself off somebody.
Yeah, what?
I can heat myself off somebody.
Probably me. Sounds good.
Alright, everybody stop talking, we'll see who it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's from me. My system is fucking sensitive. That's a good place to talk. Put it that way.
Oh.
I'm going back to watching Gabriel Iglesias until session starts. DM me when you're ready.
Well, I think at this point we're just waiting for everybody that hasn't already finished rolling up their character.
I already did. All I had to do was scale my guy down from level 7 to level 2.
Like I said, for people that haven't already, that was the key phrasing there.
It's always about you.
Remember what she just said a few minutes ago. Listen to the whole sentence or don't chime in. No, thank you. I've had better offers.
Wow.
What chaos? I prefer, after you two showing me what you're capable of, I'd rather you be on the polite end of shit.
Look, I'm sorry. I exist and I cause chaos, okay?
Yeah, see, I think we mis-iconed your character in that one shot. I think I should have put you as Sebas.
I would honestly much rather be 7.
It's like, all sitting there just making sure your suit is all nice and pressed and clean at all times, and, oh, you said what? Sorry, bye, head.
Damn right. Don't be smudging my shit.
To be fair, I don't think I touched you in that one shot at all. So you can't say shit about me smudging your suit.
I can't say because you didn't smudge my suit.
Though I can't get out of my head now the thought of seeing a skeleton wearing a toga and sandals.
Thank God I'm never wearing toga and sandals.
Well, we are in ancient Greece, so armor is basically reskinned as togas and shit.
No, not a chance. It is the pressed suit all the way.
Well, they did have more formal togas. Oh, lordy. And this is the exact reason why I asked her to join in. Kind of shenanigans I can very easily expect from you two.
That's why you were like, God, please, I didn't realize they were the only two who showed up already.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I know the level of fuckery that these two are capable of now that, especially when they're hanging out.
You barely dipped your toe in the water. Don't tell me you know the shit I pull.
Okay. What I understand, I've known Chaos for several years. I've seen the level of fuckery he's capable of. Knowing him like I do, that's about a level 3 at most for what he did in the campaign, in the one shot.
I derailed an entire campaign in an hour. Do not tell me you know what I can do.
Okay. To be fair, I didn't say I know exactly what you are capable of. I said I have an idea of what you two are capable of. Hi, Jen. Thanks, hon. Y'all are sitting here talking like this on my fucking birthday, too. To boot.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you. It's the first nice thing you've said to me all day. Lovely.
Could be a little nicer to him because it's his birthday. I think that's what he's begging for right now.
I'm just begging these two not to pull the same level of fuckery that they did last night. Okay, so fair point. You should probably be going with XP leveling up then. Mom says we can't die. Wait, Mom says we can't die today.
Well, I mean, you don't want to fuck with the Fates, you don't want to fuck with Dr. Dead and all that shit, 'cause he gets mad at you. I'm not sad.
Yeah, and that's the fun part is that Chaos is playing a paladin of Hades, who is
No, I am not playing the Paladin of Hades.
Did you not say that that's what you were doing?
Death Knight. More
Uh.
Death. Be glad I don't have smite. I don't have spells. Death Knight of Hades, or Paladin of Hades, is way too good.
And our resident troll is good-natured troll, mind you, but our resident trolls popped up. Oh. It's actually gonna be the same one. Yeah, I just used the same. Mhm.
Connor's my best friend. Connor told me how to change things in the DM layer.
Yeah, I found one of the things that worked in the thing last night, so that everybody could see it and able to move their tokens and shit. So I basically got rid of the old campaign that was on Roll20 and copied the one room that I knew for a fact worked and just reskinned everything on there.
Well, what he was saying is anything that you have. Rusty, I could see that. I can see the map.
Yeah, that's because that's the one layer that I know for a fact worked on the last one, so I copied that.
Okay. So basically, when you have an image on the DM layer that you want to show everyone else, apparently you just right click on it and like move it to whatever layer you want it to be showing on.
Gotcha.
I've never DM'd though, but he's still awake, so if you have any questions, we can ask him.
Alrighty. I will keep that in mind.
Not a second.
Alright. So, do you need Chaos to post the special classes that were made for the campaign? I was asking guys as if she needed you to post the links for the special classes that you made specifically for the campaign, if she's interested in them.
Oh, there are special classes? Where?
Yeah, there's a Paladin of Hades, a Paladin of Zeus, and Paladin of Poseidon.
No, I'm good.
And I'm sure he can probably work up something specific for you if you want to. There's a specific class you want to play.
Well, there is one I wanted, but it's a Pathfinder class called Oracle.
Why am I already worried about that possibility?
No, you don't be worried about it.
You don't need to be worried about it. So the Oracle is a charisma cleric. It literally that.
And that explains why I'm worried about it. Because if you're sitting over there giggling like a maniac.
Until they get to 5th level, and then you realize it's not fucking them so much as also helping them. And then at 10th level, yeah, that's just helping them. And at 15th level, oh shit. One of them's lycanthropy, by the way. On top of the
Also,
Yes.
they can get dreams and visions and stuff from their gods.
What's funny is the fact that he said that about cursed oracles and shit like that. And first thing that popped into my head was Cassandra, who was cursed to never be believed, even though she always spoke the truth.
The oracle itself, the curse is fueled because of their divine power. It is too much for them, so it curses them.
I think you specifically
I
talking.
just remember playing it once and it was good. But if you just want to make it so my character sees visions every once in a while, Constantine, and throw me a bone, that might just work. I was planning on having her be like one of the maidens that works at the shrines for the goddesses.
Oh, Temple Maiden?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm perfectly fine with that.
then I don't have a reason really for her to leave unless she sees a vision telling her to leave. So
The funny thing is that I would have to rewrite a slight portion of the intro, but that depends on specifically which temple she's working at. Like if she's working at one of the specific goddesses shrine temples, or if she's working on Olympus itself, like serving all of the goddesses. Okay, Temple of Artemis. That really follows, considering the fact that she was doing basically hunter slash ranger shit in the last game anyway. And I say that only very loosely because of the fact that she was the only one using a bow. I.
would have if she got to combat.
Eh. Oh, and by the way, I'm more than fine if you actually want to use that bow. Like if you want to use that as like a gift directly from Artemis as well.
That'd be awesome.
So if she's using that bow, I'd also, if she's using that bow and she's gonna play, I also want to, she's gonna get the boots of speed, since you said I could take those with me from the one shot.
I sure did.
The boots of speed are useless for me, however, for a hunter, yeah, pretty good.
My suggestions to be the closest to an Oracle of Artemis would be either a Parrot of Nature.
While you two are figuring that out, I'll be back in a moment. Because I definitely want her character.
I like staying where I am. Yeah, as a rogue. I just want I want the whole backstory of her being,
I got it.
following Artemis working. Huh?
Phantom Rogue. So normally the Phantom Rogue hears the whispers of the dead and all that BS, but flavor that as hearing the whispers of the wilds of your goddess's creatures speaking to you.
Hmm.
Oh,
I've never heard of that before.
Here, let me link it.
Thank you. I'll have to change a few things because if that would be in place of my scout, then
It would be replacing Scout, but we're starting level 2 anyway.
yeah, true.
Phantom subclass.
All right. So what's the difference? Whispers of the dead, wails from the grave. Okay. So you would just say replace that with
Whispers of Nature.
right. Okay.
And Ales from the Grave would be literally the wailing cry of the hunt.
Okay.
Plus, they're not powerful abilities. Sure, they're useful, but they're not powerful. Now,
Cunning action.
level
I
9
think I
does
already
suck.
get that, right?
Which one?
Cunning action.
Yes.
So the only
Action
thing that
you
really.
already have. That's a normal rogue skill.
Okay.
A thing to note, at 3rd level, there is an optional feature known as Steady Aim. All rogues can use it. You cannot move, but you have advantage on your attack roll. Really good for a ranger that's already out of freaking range, right?
Yeah. If I'm at a good range, steady aim is pretty good actually. I mean, I generally have advantage when you guys are in melee with it anyway. Specifically you. But
Considering I'm debating
Very
on
good.
great sword.
I'm like, yeah, I had to work on that because, she's like, a lot of people.
alright, let's see. I should just change my short bow into this. Well, how do I do that?
Yeah. In 5e, in the World 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see a way. Oh, there it is. Uh, no, not quite. Hmm. How do I
In
change how much
Roll20.
damage it does? No, in
In what?
D&D Beyond. Oh wait, but I have my
Oh no, you
character in
can't do it.
Roll20, didn't I? Right. I have to change it in here. Right. Close that window before I distract myself again with that. Short bow, go to the cog. There we go. I get less range with this though.
Yeah, but I mean, beyond 30 feet, you're not gonna be able to do much. Also, he's trying to control ranged characters because of a certain spell sniper.
Hi.
Well, it used to be 320 feet from my bow, but now it's 200.
Keep in mind, if you try to aim for the 200, you will not have your sneak attack.
Why?
So when a bow says 80 to 320 or 220 or whatever, the second number is at disadvantage. The first number is within your first range increment. Everything there is normal.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mhm.
How do I get
Yeah.
back down?
Oh, you gotta
Stop with the long darts, and maybe you won't breathe that badly.
Hmm?
I've got to do what?
you gotta level her down manually. Thankfully,
How do
you
I do
only
that?
leveled her to what, third level?
4.
Okay. Remove any ability that's from level 3 and on.
Oh, I also have to reduce her health.
Uh, Full health at first like that. I don't know how he's doing HP after.
Oh, that's up to you guys whether you want to roll or take average increase. Some of you sound like you need to take rolling for the extra health.
Well, I mean, Warlock only has a D8, so he gets 5 every
I
other.
mean, here, Conti, you claim I'm not being nice. I could easily re-roll my stats, and with my luck, I might. It's a 50-50 chance between either getting absolute dog shit stats or getting stats that make my abilities almost 20 across the board.
I mean, for that, just make him go point buy. There, nothing above 16.
Yeah.
Well, I would be 12 right now if I took the full dice and then half of the next level. And then, do I get the con modifier both times or just the
Yes,
first
you do.
time?
Nope, both.
I'm going to be
I got
honest.
8, so that's 20. Okay.
I'm not liking the way that the dice are literally telling me that today is going to be going, so I'm kind of glad that I don't actually have a combat encounter planned for today.
Oh, that's sad. I wanted to swing my glaive.
I
I'll probably make you do a combat encounter. Don't worry.
I literally just rolled a physical d20 I have in front of me 5 times and rolled an 11 3 times.
Uh-huh.
I mean, 11 is above average.
I rolled 3 11s, a 6, and a 13.
It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, And you want to talk about you being nice? This motherfucker, literally every single time something would have hit him, he couldn't even let me get a pity hit in. Oh, I'm sorry, you were gonna hit me? Silvery barbs.
The Silvery Barbs is the greatest. It's why it's why 9 times out of 10 I do a warlock warlock cleric multi-class just for Silvery Barbs. Oh, is it bard?
Get silvery barbs, grab any of the backgrounds with tricks for them, and you can get it. Yes, it also has a bunch of cantrips if you're a caster. It's really great.
I changed my picture up to be more Grecian.
Oh, and by the way, for going forward, there's going to be a new house rule. You can't target someone's body part with darkness.
Why is this?
Because that was bullshit.
Right, so you're basically telling me that I can't use darkness the way literally 5e says I can use darkness.
To be fair, I'm in agreement that if it's darkness, it's illegal.
Yep, but it's still totally legal.
I never said it wasn't legal. I'm just saying, that's just messed up.
House rule means this is the way the DM wants to play it. Accept it or don't play.
Essentially.
I mean, come on. You took the final boss fight of a fucking one shot and turned it into like a 4-round fight. The fact that you were able to double cast Eldritch Blast was already bullshit enough to have to try and beat it. Not saying it wasn't fair, but it was just bullshit.
Yeah, that's life in a nutshell. So, what point 5 do you want to use? 27, 35?
Hmm?
Huh?
So, point 5
Happy
come in various numbers. 9 out of 10 DMs will tell you do not go above 27.5. The reason I always offer the 35.5 is we're fighting Greek gods, Greek mythology, and we're essentially going to have to face demigods. We cannot use mortal stats.
Xavier.
Oh,
So, your choice.
you're being a traitor to me, Tyrion.
Yes. I'd rather sit with
Or
Sarah.
there's the
Ha ha ha.
really strong one where you just give us 40.5, and at that point, if he gets strong, don't worry, keep his stats. He's still best 15 for the point 5. Just means he's got a lot of averages.
I thought we were just using the characters we used from last night. Well, Xavier and I are anyway.
I'm not.
Well, you're welcome to use the same characters. That's entirely fine. But you do have the option of rolling a different character entirely if you wish.
Yeah, I already had this planned though. This whole bow user Artemis thing. Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna.
Which will you let me do? Since I'm the only one who knows.
Since you are the only one who seems to have a level head about all of this, in terms of
He's the chaotic one. What are you talking about?
Oh, no, 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 no. I'm called Chaos, but I am controlled chaos.
the way you were doing shit as opposed to these two murder hobos,
You
I
mean
will.
me?
Yes, I'm talking about you. I will
You're the one
leave.
who asked the question, so we thought you were talking to him.
I know. I'm fully aware.
Okay.
But I will leave that decision up to you on his request.
I understand where you're coming from, but the characters that we made had the basic point buy.
I know. His
No,
was
it's
die
the.
rolled.
Hmm?
His was die
Oh
rolled.
yeah.
That's why he's got super high stats. That's why we offer, hey, at least redo his stats and then do the point buy.
That's right. We did roll our stats. We chose to. I can roll yours if you want on the same thing I rolled ours on.
I do not do rolled stats.
But
I
roll
have a
stats. That's
really
how we
bad
got
luck.
so strong. That's
The fun thing is that being the way Greece works with all the myths about monsters and shit like that, I can easily just throw Magic the Gathering enemies in there, reflavored as other monsters too. Yes.
Well, considering we wouldn't have been able to get this high, you're right. Considering we wouldn't have been able to get this high with just regular point buy, I think 35 should be fine.
All right. If she's saying that, then go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, they start us at, I think, 9 for every stat. Yeah, and you gotta buy up.
I'm almost.
Lowest rolled stat is 11.
I'm almost tempted to tell you, Chaos, that you can only use standard array, but I'm not going to be that much of an asshole.
Are we sure?
I mean, if he ends up being too powerful, we can always reassess. But for right now, honestly, with how well Xavier and I rolled, I think giving him a couple extra points is not gonna unbalance things.
Here's the stats: 15 strength, 10 dex, 16 con, 12 int, 12 wisdom, 16 charisma.
Charisma is your casting stat, isn't it? Charisma is your casting stat, isn't it?
Charisma is the stat that determines saving throws for my class abilities. I don't have casting spells. I do have abilities that, yeah, if you save, you're afflicted with disease wounds and poison wounds, and, well, I guess you die now.
Okay, so you are using the slut stat as your main stat then.
Not entirely. The reason I always like to leave strength as 15 is because I always grab heavy armor master.
Alrighty. So, as far as you saying you wanted to be an oracle, quote unquote, for Artemis, that is actually.
Yeah, so,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You go first. You go first.
I was going to say that that's one of the few ones I actually don't know specifically where her temple is located.
Okay. I mean,
didn't have a localized temple. The closest one was the one that the woman who killed the Moor, she dedicated a temple to her and Ares, and that was the closest thing. She never had a proper temple.
yeah, I think they would be just smallish shrines here and there, because.
Okay, because it's literally saying here Temple of Artemis was located near the ancient city of Ephesus.
Okay.
Which was 47 miles south of where modern day Izmir is in Turkey. So yeah, it's probably best going with more of like a localized shrine or a more centralized temple then. Okay. But you were saying?
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the visions and stuff. Chaos linked a thing that
He's always linking things.
Hanson wrote, but instead of having it be like Whispers of the Dead and Wails from the Grave and stuff, just replace those with my Artemis-y thing, Whispers of Nature and stuff like that.
No, that's fine. Yeah. When it comes to specific things for you doing your character, you are more logical about the things that you do. Pretty much anything Chaos does has me worried half the time because I don't know how the hell he's going to use that in some unforeseen fucking way. Oh no, I'm wary of you. Let's call a spade a spade. I'm wary of you. Need I remind you of the shit you bullied me with in the one shot? Or, is it that far off from your mind that you need to be reminded? Yeah, that was a double love tap.
Look, it was DP non-consensual, boys. There.
Not sure I would go quite that. Hey, no, hey. Slow your roll there, buddy. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the latter parts of the campaign where you actually get into the big ass fights. That way, you motherfuckers can't just. Oh, by the way, knock knock, you're dead.
We'll see.
That's okay. If
Yeah.
you want Xavier and I to go point by, we can do that. If you feel like we're too OP.
It won't make much of a difference, but I can certainly do it.
Yes, it will.
No, I will honestly say that while I would have preferred you guys using point buy initially for the first fight, the first game, I'm not gonna complain because if I'm gonna be doing DMing for the long term, then this is the kind of shit I'm gonna have to get used to anyway. So I'd rather have a
DMs will say you have to use point buy or you have to use rolling for your stats. Most DMs choose their preference.
yeah, and I'm perfectly fine for the time being until I figure out which one is gonna work better for the kind of shit. They didn't exactly give me good vibes off of shit. I need to make sure that things are more properly balanced. Because, yeah, Darkness and Fireball, literally before the majority of the enemies got their turn in the boss fight, and 3 of them were dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boss had to retreat and use a.
I did it.
Okay.
Anyway,
The only.
starting the campaign, like what's
Alright, so basically,
I want to see where.
yeah, on the map here, where you see where it says Kazani. Do you see that? Basically, it's on the coast directly east of that. It's basically right outside of the actual physical mountain for Olympus. This is as close to an accurate map that's not like super fucking satellite imagery detailed to really give you guys an idea of what we're looking at.
Where Olympus was, but...
Yeah. Okay. What's the thing, Chaos, that puts the epicenter thing, the little circle? Huh? Okay. So, no. That's not it. This is effectively where Olympus is, like right around here. So, um, basically, that line directly under Thessaloniki, directly to the left of it. So that's effectively where it is. All right. So everybody's ready then? Well, like I said earlier, there's not a planned combat encounter, so you should be perfectly fine with that for now. All right. So, Olympus, home of the divine pantheon of the 12 major gods of Greece. Unbeknownst to you, you have each been watched and studied by Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. She has hand selected each of you at the behest of Zeus. It would seem to.
Athena selected an undead skeleton? My god, was she having a stroke? Was she having a stroke? I guess, yeah, fair.
No interrupting.
Sorry.
At the behest.
Have a stroke.
Aye. the behest of Zeus, it would seem that despite the bluster and hubris of the deities, that all is not well on Olympus. You have each been sought out by clerics bearing the emblem of Athena, an owl bearing the spear in one talon and an olive branch in the other. In an effort of diplomacy, she has sent her own servants to seek you out rather than her father. As fate would have it, each of you find yourself at an inn somewhere on the border between Macedonia and Thessaly, known as the Randy Satyr. As a grand market is being held that happens only once every 10 years, the gods have been plentiful with blessings for their farmers. Prices have all been cut by 10%, and as a result, even drinks at the Satyr and all other shops are lessened by about 10%. Rumor even has it that there's been possibility of a school or a camp being set up for demigods. If you know, you know. But you can go ahead and open there. Although I'm going to be honest, why an oracle of Artemis is going to be at an inn is kind of beyond me. But you know, who knows?
Yeah, if that's where Artemis tells her to go, that's where she goes.
Fair enough. All right, so we'll go ahead and open there. So, what are each of you doing? You're at an inn called the Randy Satyr. Inn/tavern.
I'm gonna sit and have a goblet of wine and look terribly out of place.
I'm just gonna, I don't know, stand there with my fucking cane, making sure that no one spills any alcohol on my skin.
You mean your toga?
I refuse to acknowledge the fact that I'm wearing a toga.
You don't have to acknowledge it. You're in a toga.
Toga.
I refuse.
All right, we'll call this then. You may legitimately be wearing a suit, but it's under the illusion for everybody else that you're in a toga. How about that?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. They'll see it as a very fancy, dapper toga.
Like everyone else.
I mean, to be fair, you of all people have the least amount to show off. Being a skeleton, you know. But yeah. Yeah, they'll see it as a very fancy toga.
You can be cleric of Hades, that's fine. But what is a skeleton doing walking the earth? Not okay. It belongs in the ground.
Are you a fucking naga?
So the nature girl is stuck with these two unnatural beings. It's just like, I'm only here because Artemis told me to be.
I mean, to be fair, guys, this has been in far worse situations with her company that she was made to keep. All right, so what are you doing here, Apion? Also, Xavier, I don't see you in the Roll20 thing.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all good.
Stop playing your game and get on. Anyway. You can't get alcohol poisoning from a single flagon of wine.
Who said you're at an inn? Who said it? Yeah, they're not going to sell undiluted wine. Selling it straight like that is going to cut the amount of profits they can potentially get.
Did you hear? Another person died at that place. I'm not going there.
Wow, this wine must be sick.
I can certainly check for you. I think we might have something that Dionysus personally sent for us. Alrighty, I shall return momentarily then, sir. Alright, and then kind of off.
We have a new edge lord.
Oh, I fucking called that shit.
Not as bad as the other ones. I don't give a shit.
It's close enough to a Naga. Yuan-Ti is a snake being, correct? As do Nagas.
Why am I stuck with a skeleton and a snake man? What the fuck?
Anyway. Who's got the Vegeta complex now?
Sarah, you got no remorse for me. You called me a motherfucking. Oh shit, what was it? I don't remember anymore. You called me something. I
What's
forgot.
the time you called me something after I've been bullying you every day that we've known each other? How dare you?
Are you getting snowflakey on us, Xavier?
I don't fucking remember at this point.
Let it go.
No, snowflakey as in getting real thin skin over there, it sounds like, baby.
God, no.
Okay.
Get out of your game,
I remember.
Xavier.
I remember fucking doing something. I remember
I
her
see
saying.
you in your game.
Of course you do.
Get out of your game.
Ugh.
It's rude.
And in my head, I'm hearing Joe Cat. No matter how simple the encounter is going to be, it's going to take forever because of people being on their phones and spellcasters.
It's okay. I got him off it. We're good.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just standing there stoically. What are you doing, Xavier?
I guess I'm just gonna wait for someone to start killing each other.
How
What I'm actually gonna do is what I'm actually gonna do is look at like any kind of like quest board I can find. Like what the fuck is going around in Dodge?
well, we were summoned here though.
Right. Well, I guess then the skeleton, despite having no facial features at all, is just gonna look immensely bored. Like, can we get on with it?
Did they say anything other than just to meet here? Are we looking for someone? Is someone going to approach us? Are we just killing time right now?
Yeah, you're going to be getting approached here momentarily. You were effectively just, as fate would have it, you just happen to be at the inn, and that's where the summons is going to come from.
Okay.
Alright, so it's about this time that. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, eye Chaos's character and just be like, that's unusual. Are you blessed by the gods? Ah, you have my sympathies. She just eyes you up and down like she's not quite sure what to make of you. You're just showing up behind us.
Yeah, I'm just showing up behind you specifically. I'm just gonna message in your head, hello.
Goblet now clanking on the floor as I spin around, drawing a dagger. Like, the, that's incredibly. This is why I don't come to places with people in them. That's. I turn and I look at the barkeep and gesture to the skeleton, like, what?
Madam, are you quiet now?
How are you? How are you? You're a natural.
Madam, are you quite done?
Just back away a little bit, would you?
I want to do something, but I don't know if I can do it.
By the way, my character's just looking between you and Contian's barkeep and back again. Like, is this happening? Is this real? Am I dreaming? How long?
I want to do something, but I'm not sure if I can.
Okay,
What do
you
you want to
gonna
do?
tell us what it is you're trying?
Basically, just like fall apart into a shamble bones and then just come up on the other side of the table.
He wants to disassemble himself and reassemble on the other side of the table.
While passing through physical objects.
Yeah, no,
More
don't.
like his bones scatter around it, but
I mean,
so.
I don't think I can do it, so I'm just gonna walk around the other side of the table.
y-
Madam, are you quite done?
Just gets up, turns sharply around, and beelines it to the door. This is why I don't come to town. This is why I don't come to town. So she probably runs straight into your messenger, Conti.
she might want to be careful. All right, so it's about this time that the barkeep is actually going. The other barkeep is going to come back and hand Chaos the special mead specifically given to them by Dionysus. Hey, Yuasa, this is about the best that I can offer for you for your quest.
Yeah, that is Dionysus's definite touch. He's gonna slow sip this one because he's gonna enjoy it.
All right, and
Very expensive.
oh yeah, that's going to cost him several gold pieces.
The skeleton doesn't mind. The skeleton doesn't mind being in a tavern, but it ultimately annoys him because it reminds him that he can't drink.
Well, he can always bathe in it.
And this is why the Mask of Many Faces is really useful for you. Shape it into something that can drink, you drink, and then you turn back into a skeleton.
Alrighty. So as Cora is heading for the door, from far off you're going to hear a very large chariot approaching the inn. And as it gets closer, you'll notice that it's got a small four-piece band on there. Someone playing a lute, a flute, a lyre, and a cornet horn, as well as a herald. Now, the herald, as the chariot stops in front of the Randy Satyr, is going to tell you that he is looking for three specific individuals. He was told that he was seeking a servant of Artemis, a servant of Hades, and after squinting at the parchment in front of him, he said that he was told that there was going to be a skeleton that he was meant to find.
Immediately, Cora just points sharply through the door.
Gently waves. Hello.
Well, she's outside at this point.
Lemon!
Hey, Lemon!
You're just in time.
Yes. Are you going to be joining in, hun? Lemon.
Trying to talk. I saw her light up for a second.
Yeah, Lemon generally has issues for technical issues.
Are you shaking?
Shake.
You could have had. Oh, okay.
Sorry, hun, one more time?
Campaign?
How long are we doing this?
I'm not sure if anybody else is having the same problem. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, it comes in a little staticky.
Oh, it was.
It's just reconnecting.
Yeah, it wasn't a matter of volume. It was more volume instead of status. She was asking what?
I think she was asking if we were going to be doing this later tonight.
Okay, so she's actually typing in the thing.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, I'm gonna try it this way then.
And that works, so I'm kind of trying to be quiet.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Get out of my head, Conti.
Hey, great minds think alike. That's why these two tormented me, and you and I have gotten along so well.
I was asking if you guys are going to be doing the RP tonight.
We'll be at it for a while.
She's not in here. You're going to have to type back.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, to be fair, as I was saying what I was saying, I was actually clicking on the Discord thing to type. So, yeah, great minds.
The best part about playing an unusual race is people are like, huh?
Except Artemis just like shitting herself like you're not natural, I must kill you.
Hello.
She literally pulled a dagger on you.
I'm already dead, sweetheart.
Yes, well, you're animated somehow, and I'll figure out how and de-animate you.
That's not how that works.
I'll figure something out.
I'm ready.
I will talk to my goddess and tell her there's this unnatural thing standing in front of me, and have her unmake you.
I've done nothing wrong. I don't crave the flesh of the living.
The fact that you even exist after death is wrong. You should be with Hades. Go talk to him. Point this about it.
Funny you should say that.
Afiam's actually gonna pull out a book, open it, read through all just a massive list of names. No, I don't see any reference to a skeleton. So probably not meant for the afterlife yet. Haski
So why does he look like that?
probably didn't take proper care of his body.
I'm well dead.
If you don't take care of your body, you don't look like that. You just die, and then you end up in their book there.
No. I mean after death.
There is no after death. After death, you go down. You see Hades. You live in the underworld.
At her comments of how death works, Afia's just gonna smile, like only a snake like humanoid can do.
Ugh. You're not vaginal either.
A snake, am I?
Artemis, give me strength.
My ticker hasn't been ticking for a little over 100 years. Don't worry about it.
Takes a couple steps back. Artemis.
Side note, out of character here.
Message.
You're using a lot of modern day terminology there. They would have been using sundials.
Yeah.
Dial be dialing.
Yeah, we know, but that term didn't exist back then at this point. He's being a butt.
No, I'm just being funny.
I'm not sure your goddess have much faith to go with a skeleton and a snake.
I mean, Artemis has no problems with snakes.
Message is one-to-one communication.
At this point, he's just gonna slip his tongue out like a snake.
I can't even turn this to the messenger. Where are we going? Please tell me we're leaving this place.
At this point, the Herald is going to speak directly to you. Since the two of them, unless they followed you outside, I believe they're actually still in the inn.
I'm assuming they have because I've not been shouting at them into the bar.
And I drank my wine before leaving.
So much for savoring it, but you know.
He asked when his messenger arrived, so. Duty calls.
If you all kindly please board the chariot, we have a long ride back to Olympus. I have been on the road for several days. Sir, I have no clue. I was told to find you lot and bring you back. That is all that I know.
Well, I hope you can get some rest after your toils. She says, let's take a seat.
Just sees a 6'5" skeleton walk across the park.
Madam, how is it that you are not running in fear? Even I am given pause by that thing.
Her leg is clearly just twitching in her seat, and she's like, don't mention it, don't think about it, let's just get where we're going. I'm gonna look out at the nature, and it's gonna be
Some
fine.
messages into Gaia's head. Madam, that's quite her. He might be dead. Please don't hit him.
Please stop doing that. It's very disconcerting.
I, I'm, I'm sorry. Are we literally?
Oh, no. Before Gaia even says talking in her head, I want to message the fucking Herald. I believe she means this.
Huh? Like I completely missed the context there.
Oh,
He messaged into the messenger's head.
before Gaius has told the Herald that I'm talking in her head, I want to message the Herald and be like, I believe she means this.
Oh, gotcha. At that point, the Herald's eyes are going to go wide, and he's going to look around as if he's hearing voices, not aware that it's coming from him.
It's coming from me. Hello.
He waves.
Does anyone else hear a voice in their head currently?
I just nod vigorously and hold my hand up.
Unless I purposely wish. Smack him in the face, Rex. Unless I purposely wish to talk to you, no one else can hear me but you.
He's just simply going to stare, getting the impression it's coming from the skeleton. So I'm gonna have to kindly ask you to please not do that.
See?
It's the good sir. It is the only way I can communicate.
Even after I politely ask you to stop, you still do so.
I mean, I can provide you instant. Goes back into Gaius' head. Hello.
It's back. My character's name is Koro, by the way.
Anyway, he was the fucking sheriff.
You can just see in one hand she's tightly gripping her dagger, like urge to kill rising.
Sir, I believe you fail to understand something. I am a messenger. Most people consider my life forfeit as is. Uh, I mean, either way, his comment is gonna still be contextually sound.
Yeah.
Your life is long to living civil. I see no reason why life instead.
Despite your lack of decorum, you at least acquit yourself with manners. I will give you that, sir. I politely asked you to stay out of my mind.
Again, it's the only way I can communicate.
I understand where you're coming from, sir, but that does not make it any less disturbing.
Sharply looks at Gaius. What are you going on about?
I look at the Herald and I'm like, the more we complain, the more he's going to do it. I get the feeling. Perhaps simply go about your business and ignore him as best you can.
I believe you may have a very solid point there, milady.
Just gonna message the snake man. These two don't seem very polite. Well, I don't Bony hand extends out to the snake man. Revenge planning.
She's just watching this interaction. This is just more proof that you're both unnatural.
Is she actually saying that out loud, or?
Yes.
Gotta put the hand out to Cora now. Would you not shake my hand and introduce yourself to me as I will to you? My name is Revax.
Looks between his hand and the herald, like, help me.
About have time to start calling you Momon. At this point, the herald is going to, if you're quite done moaning.
Her hand shakes for a little bit, and then she takes her hand in a firm grip and just, Cora. Like, go, please. Takes it out and just looks out the window.
At which point, the herald is going to offer his hand to help you onto the carriage. I think you might perhaps be more comfortable up here with me, milady, rather than in the back with the gentleman.
Oh, thank you for your kindness, good sir. She'll take his hand.
Alright. At which point, you are now going to start the several hour/day journey towards Mount Olympus. Obviously, we're going to skip through part of that because, very boring content otherwise.
Except for Rayvax fucking with everyone.
I'm almost.
This is friends.
We're fucking chilling. We're good.
A skeleton and a dead snake. They're probably going to get along quite chumily.
They're welcome to each other. I'll be up here with the, actual human.
And the band that is still playing.
She'll sing along with any song she knows. She doesn't know many because she doesn't spend much time among people, but...
Then she would be quite delighted to hear that they'll be playing some music that she is quite familiar with, that usually plays around her temple that she frequents the most. Very well-traveled troupe of musicians there.
At the song she seems most familiar with, Revax is just gonna message in her head. So what's this?
He's going to respond with the actual name of the tune. Why they look at the messenger and shakes her head like you know exactly what just happened.
While giving no other outward indication, he's going to simply nod.
The best part is they can't ignore me because I'm talking in their head.
I can't ignore you. I can choose not to respond.
But I'll still be loud because I'm in your head.
I hear voices in my head.
Hunting?
That the herald is simply just going to nod in response to what your look that you were giving him.
I get it. I feel you there, girl. Feel you. You haven't heard that one?
No, I've heard it. I'm just sitting here smiling in my head, picturing you grabbing the cat's paws and just kind of like twitching them back and forth while you're saying it.
That's exactly what I was doing.
That's usually how it happens.
He doesn't mind.
Oh yeah, some cats are very friendly like that.
Although he does have the belly trigger, where if you rub them too much, punch on his belly, he will attack. Hello, Jet. You jealous of your brother getting touched? You can sense it from the other room. Anywho, sorry to interrupt for kitties, but he was being adorable.
So, in response to your acknowledgement, the herald is going to extend his hand to you and introduce himself as Orion.
I'm Cora.
Quite the pleasure, my lady.
So,
Given our current company, I am quite happy to have you aboard.
I'm happy to be aboard with you and your grand company here. It seems your travel was quite smooth.
At which point he's going to turn, look over his shoulder at the others. No disrespect meant to you, gentlemen. I am always uneasy in supernatural situations like this.
And Cora just nods knowingly.
The living are always so skeptical.
No, it's not necessarily about being skeptical, sir. Just more. I feel very uneasy. I have a very weak constitution, if you will. I mean, being a personal herald for Zeus and Athena kind of does that to one, never knowing whether or not you are going to be struck down for simply delivering a message.
Like I said before, Vader. Like I said before, as long as the living remain civil, I see no reason why life ends.
And I am sure that is a fantastic point, sir. And I assure you, I will be quite civil towards you throughout all interactions we may potentially have. And as he turns back around, he's going to silently mouth where only Cora would be able to see. As long as it's going to keep me alive, I don't care how I have to respect this man, as long as I don't die.
She just nods.
Is there a little hole? Is there a little hole or something where they are that I can just poke my head through?
I mean, you're basically in a giant open air chariot of sorts, so yeah.
I want to be on the I want to be on the opposite side of her, opposite side of him. Sorry, from where he's looking at Koro and just be like,
You mouthed it. You can't hear it.
yeah, but
Yeah. And
it's obvious what he's gonna say considering how he feels about the entire thing with the skeleton at his neck.
Not obvious.
so, unless you're going to be poking your head up directly between them, the front seat of the chariot's only going to hold two people, and she's currently occupying the passenger seat.
I'm just gonna chill.
Nice try, but no.
And he's not going to wipe the sweat off his brow, avoiding that. Anyway, so after a long and scenic journey throughout the countryside, you are finally going to arrive at Olympus, and the Herald Orion, is going to advise you that there are donkeys waiting to bring you up the mountain, as you are summoned directly to the temple for the Hall of Divinity.
Such an honor.
Yes, Madam, Athena does not whimsically summon those to the Grand Hall. It is most certainly an honor, though when Great Lord Zeus is present, I have very little desire to be present. He is not exactly known for being even tempered.
No, I imagine not.
I'll just send a message into Orion and be like, while I appreciate you're not exact. You have a good fear for your life. This is good for the living. However, I am dead. If your lord has a disdain for humans, how am I going to be? At this very moment in time, considering we are about to meet with the gods, I have little empathy for your situation, though I respect you.
And if that means, sir, that I will be able to leave alive, then I graciously accept your respect.
That's not the point, you fucking meatbag! Christ!
So, while I do respect your position as well, Lord Zeus is uncaring of an individual's race. As far as I can tell, you are vaguely humanoid. I don't know what you might have been while alive, but that is none of my concern. That is your own personal business. I am sure then, sir, you have quite a number of stories you would be able to share with others. You might make quite an inspirational bard at some point if you so chose to do so.
Yes, well, considering my communication is limited to one person at a time, I believe I could only do private shows. They don't draw much of a crowd.
Fair enough, sir. And at this point, he's going to simply bow in respect and going to make to leave, provided no one stops him.
Thank you for your kindness, sir.
Do too, sir.
Thank you all, and have a wonderful day.
If I was more of a dick, I'd fucking message him as he's about to leave. It's like, I know where you live.
I would not be surprised by that one bit.
He's come to expect your shit fuckery.
Quite.
He's come to expect the baby shit.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with the full-grown male shit yet.
That would require him to be a full-grown male, so...
Shots fired!
Oh, well. And?
Right, so I'm going to mount my donkey.
Not usually how that works.
I forgot I'm in a room with men.
Just simply put, phrasing.
I know. That's why I said I forgot I was in a room with men.
Considering I'm probably the oldest one here.
That does not, age does not determine. That's true, you did behave, you're right.
I have behaved this entire time.
You have been
So far.
Who are you pooping?
I thought you wanted
Oh,
to
hi,
snake.
Chet. Hi, Chet. My kitty's right here, and he booped him with a toe. And my kitty did not mind. My kitties are good boys.
Rex didn't mind when I fucking petted him with my foot, so shut up.
My boys are good boys. Even the vet said so.
I have a cat that actively will sit there and stare at you meowing until you stick your foot out for her to nuzzle.
No.
And the other one I trained to basically, while you're sitting, she'll come over, climb up on your torso, and then lay over your shoulder. Yeah. So, this world does not deserve cats. I will say that. We don't deserve cats or dogs.
Nope.
Why does it sound like somebody's rattling a can?
Because he is. Stop drumming on your Coke can. Go throw it out.
Go throw it out.
No. Throw it at me. I'm not the garbage.
Wait, what else is that brain being used for?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're rubbish.
Good girl. Anyway.
Alrighty. So, Cora has already mounted the donkey, and the other two are waiting there, as well as the guide up the mountain. Although he's... They were fresh out of skeletal horses.
They're gone. They're gone. The white stallions don't exist. Fuck.
I mean, to be fair, they're gonna trust a donkey, considering, ancient Greece. Chariots, horses are more for chariots and generals.
He spoke to him, fuck you. I was trying to figure out what he was eating. Fuck him, fuck you.
Fuck them, fuck you. Anyway.
He was eating. 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 He
And I'm sorry, what were you saying, Chaos?
I'm surprised the donkeys even allow you to ride it up the mountain.
Or Xavier's character, for fuck's sake.
For me.
A skeleton walks up to the donkey pisses off.
To be fair, this particular group of donkeys has seen some things that make you two look like you're freshborn babies in terms of horror levels.
They've seen some things that their eyes are just like, dude, I've seen some things.
These are basically the equivalent of lifetime prison cooks. They've seen shit that no longer even faces them.
Yup. They're just like, oh, here we go, another weirdo. Alright, hop on, let's go.
Anyway, on donkeys, up, nothing, go.
At which point your guide is going to look back to verify whether or not you all are ready to ascend. And obviously, you not speaking, he's not going to hear your proclamation there.
Message into the galaxy.
Oh, God.
Now, this is going to be the first interaction that this particular gentleman has ever had of this variety, and is literally going to fall off of the donkey he is sitting on in response to that.
He's gonna what, sir?
He's falling off his donkey.
What are you doing? Don't claw my chair. You know better.
Matter of fact,
Sir, are you quite okay?
Me?
Last I checked, you didn't have a dick.
yeah, I think you literally just killed him.
Fell off his donkey, remember?
Oh, you said sir. It didn't sound like sir to me. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you literally just killed the poor bastard.
Wait, what?
He pretty much.
We need our guide. Can you not kill our guide, please?
It's not my fault.
It is! You keep just sneaking into people's heads. Now how are we supposed to know where we're supposed to go?
It's a fucking mountain. Up.
It's not like there's gilded stairs up.
It's Olympus.
I'm gonna check my book. Rifle through the page. Ah, there's his name.
Considering you don't know his name, and if you were to look at the body, you'll see that his lips have actually been sewn shut.
Oh no, it's not just that. The name will glow. So he's the one who needs to die today.
Wow. Do I level up?
No.
Yeah, he just took.
Sit in the corner and grow mushrooms.
Yeah, he just died of 1d5, 1d6 of mental damage, emotional damage.
Okay.
Emotional damage.
Okay. What are we supposed to do now?
Well, you should have thought about that before freaking the hell out of the guide.
We could have just rode up to him and been like, hey dude, we're ready.
Everyone would say, yeah, they were ready, or at least look so. So I'm fucking, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, how many times have you freaked people out in the past couple of days with that?
So far, it's only been you and the fucking Herald.
Because that's the only people you've been exposed to.
Right? So then that's the only people I have freaked out the past couple days.
And then there's the 4-man band.
And so out of the 2 people that you messaged, 100% of them freaked out.
Yeah. Look, are we gonna have to deal with this, or can we just go back and actually just put a thumb up so I don't kill this man?
And while the unrelenting sun begins to bake the corpse, the donkeys are seemingly going to start climbing the mountain in response to a disembodied whistle coming from the mountaintop.
You're lucky. I'm taking a rib bone for that one.
Wait. Did you just say that she's taking a bone for that one?
No, she said most souls of Hades, I suppose.
Why is it I get the feeling that these two are going to be like fucking, what you call it? Fucking Batman and Robin, I guess. Best duo I can come up with at the moment.
They're just gonna be like buzzing around her creating chaos, and she's gonna be sitting there going, "Why? Why did you put me in this situation? Why am I here? Artemis, bye."
All right, and after a
Things I do for family, Conti.
yeah, but you love me, so it works.
You're lucky.
I know. That is one thing I can say is that I have been very lucky throughout my life. Speaking of, my luck slightly improved so far today. I just got a 14. Anyway, moving on. So after several hours,
Poor bastard.
hey, I'm not the one that traumatized the poor bastard into a heart attack. I just rolled with it.
And you're saying the only way I've killed people is with Eldritch Blast.
I didn't say that's the only way you have. I just said that's, what happened. I mean, come on, double casting Eldritch Blast is bullshit.
And totally within the Warlock's prerogative.
Never said it wasn't fair. Never said it wasn't fair, just bullshit.
Ladies, you're both pretty. Shall we move on?
Anyway, after several hours of the hot Grecian sun beating down on you, you finally arrive at the mountaintop and are greeted with a glimmering city on top of the mountain, literally built of marble and marble veined with gold and giant golden gates before you. I don't think it's gonna be too bright for your taste, Diddy.
This looks like it strokes somebody's ego.
I'm just gonna be pleasantly taking in the sight.
Much more vibrant than what she's been used to the last several days. Alright, and as you approach, the gates seemingly open of their own accord, the donkeys having been recognized and the gatekeeper opening them for you. And you are going to be led down the marble streets straight towards the Grand Temple of Zeus himself. Passing by all manner of... Actually, hang on a second, because my dumbass completely forgot to change shit here.
Good job.
Hey, shut up. So, that is effectively the sight you're going to be seeing after entering through the gate. Not quite the same coloring, but well, fuck it, it works. And then ultimately, after your very long journey, you're going to be led into the Grand Hall of Divinity itself. A little blurry, I apologize about that, but oh well, that's what we're working with. At which point, you will notice that while the majority of the major pantheon are present, Hades included, surprisingly, that Athena conspicuously seems to be absent, despite your having been told she was the one that summoned you.
And nope.
Excuse you?
This is a trap.
Olympus.
It's a trap.
I'll calmly whisper to the staff, like, really thank the gods with how egotistical Athene can be, are capable of pulling a trap this elaborate.
It's Zeus. When motherfucker's angry and spiteful, he gets crafty.
Crafty
I mean, to be fair, Greek mythology does not exactly paint a picture of Zeus being very cunning in the later years. He gets cranky, horny, or plastered. He just starts hurling thunderbolts. Consequences be damned.
Is Hephaestus though?
Hephaestus is actually still in the forge at this point.
Oh, cool. Okay, whatever. I'll stick around.
I mean, you were summoned by gods. It's not exactly going to be an easy escape route for you if you choose that, but you will notice, however, that there is a very heated discussion going on with a literal storm brewing overhead, whereas there is a small human female in the middle of the assembled gods. Servants darting back and forth, carrying platters of food and trays of drinks. Although Cora herself may potentially recognize the woman as Cassandra.
Who's arguing? All
Being
of us, or just?
most of the gods present. Artemis, of course, being Artemis, is off in the corner just lounging. Of course, her most favorite hounds that she goes hunting with will be present, each gnawing on a giant bone. So, you are now in the Hall of Divinity amidst a very heated argument amongst the gods themselves. What are each of you going to do?
I'm just gonna stand with both hands on my cane, like, come on.
So, typical Revax bullshit, gotcha.
Pretty much.
And upon looking directly at it,
Typically up here.
yes, he is surprisingly present at this time. You will notice, however, that he seems to be one of the few that is not currently screaming at another one. He is simply looking on with pursed lips and a very worried look on his face. I'm sure there's a lot of things you do at the feet of Hades, but you know. You know, it's funny that you use that specific term considering what I just said, but you know, moving on. And after several moments, Hades will notice that you're kneeling at his feet and bid you to rise and ask what it is that he can do for you. Yes, she did approach me about you specifically, asking for my permission to summon you. Although why she chose to summon you herself is beyond me, but she is the goddess of wisdom. She always does have a reason. It's best that you hear from the human. There's just a lot to digest, and it is. While I am not opposed to having more souls, it is a very large increase in work volume for me if this comes to pass. Alright, and what is Cora going to be doing throughout all of this?
She'll only move slightly towards Artemis, not wanting to impose if she doesn't want to talk to her, because she's used to just, looking after the temple and that sort of thing. But, was she sent a vision to follow, or to go to the inn? Did we decide that?
Yes.
Okay, then she will
And as you get closer, unlike Hades, she will almost immediately notice you since she is paying very little care to the dealings of the others and very warmly greets you, offering you a goblet as she explains that she's been waiting for you to arrive because you are far more pleasant company than the rest of her family at present.
Thank you for saying so, my lady. Is there anything I can do for you? I believe you sent me that vision?
I did, yes, child. There's a lot of discord going on here today. At which point you will actually notice Discord giving her a side eye at using her name in that capacity.
It what?
Discord.
Discord, the ancient titan of chaos.
But no, that's obviously a joke because obviously the Titans are not going to be present. But oh yeah, I know. But still, she's not actually physically present. It's kind of an out of character joke made. Either way, yes, there's a lot of discord going on, and quite frankly, I can't be bothered with it. They say, well, that is why I sent for you. Choosing you to be my champion and represent me in this cause. It's probably best if you go and hear the mortal speak. While she is cursed to never be believed, she does make a certain amount of sense, even if I find it hard to care.
Alright. She looks at the two doggos and she just sheepishly looks up at Artemis. Yeah?
And she'll give you a nod, knowing full well that you want to pet them.
Just gives her little stitches behind the ears who are standing.
Both them.
She'll stand and bow and then cautiously approach, not wanting to anger any of the other gods by adding another human presence to the situation.
And upon noticing your arrival, Zeus himself will bellow above the others, demanding silence, at which point everyone will eventually die down, except for Ares, who is eventually going to get smacked by Apollo, waiting for the silence to echo. Ah, yes, the mortals that we've summoned have finally arrived. Cassandra, I bid you repeat what you have said, and I demand all of you to not go into another argument. The mortals are here at Athena's behest after all. She has taken lead, even though she is not present. And you know shit's real when Zeus himself is trying to be a civil hit.
Yep.
And while standing, even though she is very timid in the presence of the gods themselves, Cassandra is going to repeat her message she was given, stating that there is much strife heading towards Olympus. The Romans themselves are bearing down on Greece from across the sea, intent on conquering it in the name of their gods. And for anyone familiar with history knows just how much Zeus dislikes Jupiter. And it would seem, however, as if this information, you can't help but question it, especially why Athena is absent. After all, she was the one that summoned you. And heaving a heavy sigh, Cassandra is going to go on to say that there is other news as well. It would appear in their own foolish pride, the Roman soldiers are intent on opening the vaults of Tartarus and releasing the Titans. And it would be at this point that you would finally begin to understand exactly why the gods are acting as spoiled children at this point. So, the question comes down. Knowing Cassandra is cursed to never be believed, even though she always speaks truth, what do you do with the information you now have?
That's contradicting though, because our better judgment tells us not to believe her. But we also have that tidbit, or at least I do, from Artemis, that she's never to be believed by a curse, but she always tells the truth. So,
Oh, I mean, there's that, and the fact that you've got two undying ones. Who would care about that large group? The gods say her words are true. We believe otherwise. We were told she's cursed. Hmm. Then let's assume she's right. What then would be our best course of action besides ensuring the gates remain sealed?
how would one even open said gates? I thought such a thing could only be done by the gods.
Mm, remind me of telling the tale of how someone trapped my father. Demons are quite ingenious.
Hmm. We are that.
And I'm assuming typical RevX bullshit at this point.
Well, if he's gonna talk, someone's gonna get pissed off. So.
The
Well,
gods know who you are and what you're capable of.
Do
You
they?
can talk to them directly.
Do
They
they?
summoned you here.
They heard of me doesn't mean they know what I do.
Which god do you follow?
I don't think I ever actually said. I think I was unaligned.
yeah, at this point, he basically follows the. He said that he was told to seek the three of you out specifically.
Yeah, but I thought he said Hades, Artemis, and one other.
No, I specifically mentioned Hades and Artemis being present because of you and Chaos.
No, no, no. I mean the herald when he came to pick us up at the inn. He said he was looking for a servant of Artemis, a servant of Hades, and
A living skeleton?
okay.
Almost verbatim what I said. I don't know the exact wording, but it was something about a skeleton.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm gonna message Zeus then, the daddy himself.
The
The one,
Big Daddy.
the one
Oh,
whose
motherfucker.
dick is in my hand. Claim this information to be true, yet better judgment says it is false. However, the god that bid us here is absent. Why?
Well, if you must know, mortal, since you choose to. And he's not even going to bother responding in his head, this is going to be out loud. Since you choose to be so bold as to enter the mind of a god, and you are questioning my judgment, then I shall have you know that the reason there is such strife upon the mountain today, Athena was captured. That is why she is not present.
They had the skill to capture the goddess of battle strategies.
We are dealing with other gods, mortal. It would make sense that one would be possessed of such skill.
Impressive. But that would mean they would be basically our first target. Eliminate their mind and free Athena.
How you mortals choose to handle the situation is up to you. You are the ones that are going to be handling the situation after all.
But how are we to contend with gods?
You will have the full support that we might be able to provide, but that is the best that I can offer you. That is my daughter's request after all.
Very simple support from the gods. Where have I heard that before?
Despite the fact that Rivox might be speaking almost to himself at this point, there is going to be the sense that Zeus picked up on that comment as a lightning bolt is going to appear in his hand. Didn't you want to say level 20 Divine Smite getting ready to happen?
Kill me or leave me, either way I win.
You're right.
So then, Zeus, where was Athena when she was captured? And do you have any information pertaining to where she might be?
The only information that I currently have is that she was visiting one of her temples when she was taken. And as far as I know, my bad, you were saying where? As far as I know, she was visiting her temple in Athens. And the only reports that I have are that Mars and Pluto were in the area and had been seen when she was taken.
Okay. When you say seen, seen how? With a physical form or as they are?
They were physically present, as was Athena, and she was taken by the two of them.
Conti, I think he was more asking in their god forms or in their human forms.
No, well, to be fair, that was misunderstanding on my point.
That's okay.
I would say in this particular case, it was divine form, just so there's cohesive understanding everywhere.
Was Athena also in her divine form?
Yes. Hmm? Are we really nitpicking here, dude?
And then, of course, she's also facing Pluto. Movie one, Athena's good, but facing two gods that near the same strength as she at the same time.
Mm.
Oh, we should head to Athens then. If we can't pick up the trail.
I was thinking the same.
Very good. Hmm.
Will we receive any hint to help us release Athena?
Once we know more about how she's being imprisoned, I will give you what is needed, as far as I can tell, as I want my daughter back. And knowing that Jupiter is involved, I will do whatever is necessary to do so. Testing.
Yeah, you're good. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, it was just dead silence after I said that.
The gods lazy enough to not do their own work, even when their family is captured. Why?
Are you actually mentally telling one of us that? Because I can tell you one of the reasons why.
I'm doing it to the sneaky man whose name I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Aphion.
I'm
I
gonna
thought you were doing it out loud. I was like, I'm gonna take a couple of steps back so I don't get
Again,
distracted.
message can't be out loud. It has to be directed. Otherwise, I'm just thinking to myself.
Until you get mass message.
Until I get mass message, yeah.
But gods are forbidden to interfere too directly in the mortal realm unless the mortal realm is in dire peril of being destroyed completely and utterly.
Right. So why did the gods of Rome being able to do this with no fucking effort?
It's most likely that the Roman gods found a way around it.
Makes no sense. Anyway.
Romans. They work on different rules. They're not bound to chaos.
Right. So we're going to find out about Athena, and return to you, and then assess the situation and figure out what to do about the other two problems we have.
Then you may leave. I require a revel after all of the ill tidings brought forth today.
information. You just sleep.
Alcyon will do a light bow to Lord Zeus. He will bow to Lord Hades, and then he'll make his way out. Not another word.
At which point,
Rufus is just gonna. If
mm,
he had a hat, he'd tip it. So
He's got the hood.
so instead he's just gonna like tap his fucking cane on the ground, then walk away.
Apollo is going to give you a very knowing wink on your tapping of the king.
Yeah, buddy.
I will also bow to the gods and then bow to Artemis, and then
While Hades and Artemis will both acknowledge you, Zeus has already forgotten that you were even present as he's already bellowing for Dionysus and Ganymede.
I wasn't bowing specifically to him. I was bowing to the assembled gods.
Well, you did specifically say Lord Zeus.
Any of them.
Yeah.
I will offend all.
He
Huh.
said Zeus.
I also didn't say which one of you.
God.
I also said which one of you he wasn't paying attention to.
Well, ladies, the beauty in the mirror shall get to go get a drink. Anyway.
Look, I know he's prettier, okay? Let's just be honest.
Anyway. Maybe if I'm looking into the mirror of Erised.
Listen, the fly makes anything good when it sees itself 1,000 times.
But you will, upon being ushered out of the hall by several servants knowing how Zeus is, you will surprisingly be met down the hall by Hephaestus, who had been summoned but had not arrived before you did.
Which one's that again?
The crippled forger.
Right. The one you were looking forward to seeing. Have you nothing to say?
Well, no, because I'm not exactly going to be able to ask Hephaestus for anything, am I?
Never know.
Now, his very appearance is going to be very contradictory to itself. From the waist down, he's going to appear very withered, as if childlike proportions, not exactly matching up with the fact that he looks like he has arms that are made out of bridge cables.
So,
He's-
skipped leg day. Got it.
And he's going to look down at you. Iris is literally looking like they're made of fire as he gruffly addresses you. I was told to see to the needs of you three.
Once again, who's talking?
The forger god,
Hephaestus, right.
basically,
I guess I'm just gonna message into Hephaestus's head. Oh, someone's gonna kill me one day. What exactly are we want to ask for, Hephaestus?
I was told to arm you three. I don't know why, but this is why I'm here. And upon further reflection from his words, he's going to stare at the skeleton. Did I make you?
I would certainly hope not.
I'm glad, because that is shoddy workmanship if I've ever seen it. I could always dip you in gold.
Yes! Yes! Can we make that happen?
Instead of gold, the soft and bronze.
Sure, make it so the skeleton can't move at all. Gotcha. That's a great idea.
Feels not really a thing at this point, I don't
Yeah, it is.
think.
No,
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
No,
Yeah, it is.
Not an ancient Greece.
Steel is a thing, but they had no way to melt it and refine it into blades. At this point, it was all like iron weapons, wasn't it?
No, iron weapons were first discovered by the Africans. In
Yeah,
the
fair.
ancient world, it was tin, copper, and bronze.
Out of the three
Gold was
weakest
used
metals,
for
bronze was the strongest. Ugh.
which was a combination of the other two.
Yeah.
ancient Greek metalwork, in regards to this, metals in regular use were gold, electrum, silver, and bronze. Gold, always the most precious, was kept mainly for jewelry, anyhow, till the mid 4th century when the Macedonian and the other Hellenistic kingdoms made regular issues of gold coinage. You know what's funny? The fact that if you are seriously considering that, the party could literally chop you up for currency.
Yeah, I know.
Because he's an
You're uncomfortable with the fact that the only way I can communicate is by message. Doesn't mean that's my fault.
Even Zeus got pissed off at you, okay?
He would have fucking understood that again, no vocal cords. I can't communicate any other
To be
way.
fair, it's
Only uses the
Zeus.
brain.
He's being calm and trying to assess situations. One of
He
the
only
easiest.
uses his
Sarah,
downstairs
Sarah,
brain.
he's trying to be calm and use his brain. It would make sense that he goes, oh, well, that's the only way he can communicate, so.
He only uses his downstairs brain.
To be fair, we're talking about Zeus. If you're literally not blowing sunshine up his ass, he's going to be cranky.
So, look, okay, so. The strongest metal that can be dipped in, I guess, is bronze. What would that do for my AC?
What is your. I mean, he would have, in effect, be a living metal shield at that point. I would say. I would say non-magical damage.
Yeah, that would make sense. It would make me resistant to all forms of non-magical damage.
Well, I would say slashing, piercing specifically. Well, even metal can dent when it's repeatedly smashed with blunt force. Yes, absorb but not nullify, meaning there's a limit to how much you can take, because even bronze can be forged. Yes, and Hephaestus is talking about literally just dipping him in metal, not forging him.
I mean, he could totally reforge. He could totally reforge my fucking a body.
I mean, he could.
So you have to change your stats from a skeleton to a warforged.
Let's not make a warforged warlock. Yeah, the last thing we need is a tanky, physically strong caster, though. Being physically. Shut up. Being physically tanky, physically strong, and being a caster, there's a reason why that's not a standard thing.
Anyway, shall we get to what Hephaestus actually meant by argument?
I'll have the other two do what they want, but while I think about it.
So, being that it was deemed by Zeus, I am obliged to arm you with effectively whatever I have laying around that can be made use of.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, my lord.
If you lot will follow me down to the forge, I will get to that so I can get back to work.
Of course. I wouldn't want to waste your time.
Finally, a mortal with a sense of decency in their head.
He sort of looks at you surprised and then sort of starts to keep walking.
At which point, upon hearing your comment, he's going to look over his shoulder while walking, Might be a little bit hot for you, though, Sneaky. And as he turns back around and leads you down into the actual mountain itself, you hear a comment floating back about fucking snakes. All right. And you are now officially in a shop of sorts. I couldn't really find a good image for that, so you're effectively in a shop, and he can pretty much give you anything that you would find in any kind of a general store, and we'll go from there.
I don't know if there's anything I really need. That's why I said I don't think. I'm checking.
What is it you're looking at, Snake Boy? Let me check something here. I know for a fact. Let's see. Oh yeah, by the way, while I'm looking up here, I was actually tempted to throw the deck of many things into the one shot, by the way, and ultimately decided against it. Yeah, it especially is better that I didn't, considering the fact that I was going to make it to where you guys literally could not draw the Void or Reaper card, but your enemies could if they had been tricked into taking it. So yeah, I'm ultimately glad I chose to go against that. And what weapon is that? Huh?
Stat sheet.
No, I'm not really sure what the fuck is being said at the moment.
Oh, I'm stuck with light armor. The best I can do is one more AC. Yeah.
A ring of charge.
I will simply point out that this isn't necessarily a magic item type of shop, more of just like a.
Oh, no, that's fine. I can do that in shops like myself. However, what a ring of charge will let me do is
Store and. Mhm.
once every time of my turn, I can infuse a charge of a spell into it to be released all at once whenever I want. And
I'm fully
considering
aware.
the fact that Eldritch Blast is a cantrip, I could just stuff like 50 Eldritch Blasts in that ring.
I think at this point, that's when the DM goes, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna say since Hephaestus doesn't typically deal in jewelry, that he wouldn't really be able to make a ring for you.
Wait,
Especially a magic ring.
wait. No, again, I can do that in myself.
Yes, you asked me to wait.
If he can't do that, you know what I can
Why
do.
is it? Why is it that I feel like you're getting ready to do something else akin to that, but on a bigger scale?
Oh, much bigger.
Yeah, I saw that coming. What about your arcane?
So, two things. Could he remake my cane so I can do that? Or can he do his original thought, which is either forge me a body or dip me in a metal to make me hardier so I can do that?
I was hoping you'd say harder and then I could have made a joke.
Harden up.
Hmm?
What I'm looking for. Slumbering Dragon's Wrath Blade.
So what's it gonna be, DM?
This one only works on a 20.
What's it gonna be, DM? Shall I change my thing to be to have the physical stats of a Warforged?
I'm gonna say that he can either reforge your cane, or by dipping you, he can give you potentially a +1 to AC or a +2 at max. So that's your decision.
Plus 2 AC is not bad.
2 AC ain't bad, but that brings 12 to 14.
And if ever you decide to pick up a studded leather armor, that brings it to 16.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go for the dipping, I guess. Though I wish it was in a better metal because I wanted to look pretty.
Bronze
Well,
reforged it, so you
the funny thing is that despite the fact that you will be of a specified metal, he can begrudgingly dye you whatever color you want with said metal.
Okay.
And why do I get the feeling we're about to deal with a rainbow metal skeleton?
Good lord.
God no. God. Yeah, I'll just do the dipping then, and then if he could dye me to make me
Purple.
yes, no,
So you want to be a purple metal skeleton?
yeah.
Alrighty then.
What color were you thinking before I said that?
I mean, I was gonna go for like a faded titanium coloring.
That would be better. I just said purple because I know it's your favorite color.
It is. So yeah, can I go for a faded titanium coloring instead?
Sure. Yeah, he can definitely make that happen for you. Go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Why is this?
There is a specific reason, and I'll explain it after the fact, but it's nothing negative
You're
for
welcome.
you.
Any kind of modifier?
Yeah, it's to determine what modifier you're going to get with the AC boost. All right, and fate has determined that you're going to get a +2 to your AC because of the dip. For reference, between 1 and 10 would have been a +1, 11 to 20 was a +2.
All right, cool.
All right, and he's going to send you off with several of his underlings who are going to proceed to dip you in the metals and give you your finished coating, while looking thoroughly disgusted the entire time.
Why?
They don't like the
Oh,
undead.
okay.
It's nothing personal against you, they just dislike the undead. Personally, they don't care either way, but they're doing their job. So you're going to be treated with respect, they just don't like the fact that they have to do it.
Well, well,
I
Oh,
thought the most likely armor that would be in here because of how it works. What? Molten bronze skin plate.
yeah, I'm going to, considering the way you just said that, I'm probably going to have to say no.
Well, it's literally just a jug of molten bronze magically enchanted.
Yeah, but we're talking about a blacksmith god. He's not necessarily going to give up raw material like that.
Oh no no no! This is a full armor. It's a set amount that makes the armor. It's just liquid, easy to carry.
Yeah, you're still also asking.
Turns into an armor.
Yeah, you're still also asking a forged god to give up
Yeah.
potential materials.
I mean, he's gonna give up potential materials, giving you a plate armor anyway.
and he was told to give us anything we need.
He said that he has available.
Yeah,
How do you say that he has available?
yeah, which he has available.
Don't worry, it doesn't increase the AC of plate armor. It just looks good. And,
So, is this a functionality or an aesthetic thing that we're looking at here?
bit of both.
Do you not see the flap?
Aesthetic because bronze and Greek mythology usually wear bronze. And functionality because
Such like a
you can't
bronze.
remove the armor from you unless I really, really take it off. And then it just slides
We want to
off.
but it does.
And let's face it, that just sounds and looks cool.
While wearing armor, you have
Yeah, pretty
resistance
much.
to fire damage. The armor also doesn't.
Which even at that is very nice.
Make it
Hmm.
fucking metal plates.
I
I find it funny that the entire suit of armor is considered to be made of metal, but it's heavy leather boots.
Oh, no, it's not just heavy leather boots.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, but it doesn't exactly. It's liquid molten bronze, essentially, and it forms into a suit of armor.
The plate consists, the shape, blah, blah, blah. That is describing what plate armor is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
More than 15.
made of liquid bronze that adheres to my skin like a venom symbiote.
I'm going to outright assume that you're choosing this knowing that you have a strength higher than 15 or at 15.
My strength started at 15, but the reason I'm choosing this is after this, I don't need any armor. I don't want any armor. It just looks way too cool. I'm like, fuck it, I know there's better armor.
Okay, so we're gonna have a fucking faded titanium skeleton made of metal and a fucking bronze snake running around ancient Greece. And surprisingly, that's not even close to the worst thing that they have seen. Alrighty.
We live in a society where gods exist, of course not.
Alrighty. So, yeah, we can do that.
That item is from the Pharaoh's book.
Alright, so we've got the bronze fucking skeleton running about, and we've got the fucking golden snake. Or bronze snake, rather.
I'm not a full snake. I am humanoid. I only have eyes and tongue.
Hey, I call a snake a snake. That actually was not meant as a pun, but I'm gonna go with it. Just pop that in my head mouth instead of spade. Yeah.
He's looking around and going, I don't really need anything.
Although, while he will retain his ring of message, Revox was unknowingly given a small upgrade as well.
Oh.
Yes, now he can verbally communicate because of iron lungs and vocal cords. Because Hephaestus doesn't do anything half-assed. He is a god after all. Takes pride in his craft.
You have lungs and vocal cords. Congratulations.
I have lungs and vocal cords. What?
In
You're
addition,
going creepy.
he will also.
Hold on. That's not an upgrade, that's a downgrade.
Shut up.
A skeleton doesn't have lungs.
Shut up.
He's got iron lungs. For all I fucking care, you can use it to fucking hold water.
Oh, cool, so not literal lungs. Good.
Yes, literal just iron containers where lungs would be, because he felt it was less creepy.
Okay.
In addition, once you are at an appropriate level, the ring will also unlock mass message, thanks to Hephaestus. So you can still be creepy, just on a grander scale. Alright, so now that we've got that situationed.
I like to imagine I still retain the whole gimmick of the skeleton, which is kind of hollow, and if he's not wearing anything, you see through him.
Yes, I mean you're not going to be able to see through you considering your, faded titanium coloring now.
But it's still bone. It's like in my ribcage, for example.
Yeah, you can still see through you. All right. And what is Cora going to be looking for?
She just looked around and she said she didn't need anything. Because I still have that bow you gave me, right?
Have you officially put it into your inventory yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we'll consider that
No.
Artemis gave it to you earlier then. Because if you hadn't, I was just going to say that she was going to come and give it to you now.
Okay.
But, okay. So you've all been equipped. And he's just going to glower at you over the darkened forge and ask if there's anything else that you're looking for. And he's going to stare at each one of you in turn.
Cora's going to bow and be. You've been more than generous, my lord. Thank you for your time.
Very well. If that's all I can do, then kindly remove yourselves from the forge. I do have work to do.
Very well.
And before you've even left the forge, you'll hear him merrily whistling to himself as the sound of hammering continues. Resumes, rather, I should say. Alright. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and take a real quick intermission here. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves or whatever you need to do. I have to excuse myself momentarily.
Okay. No
Alright. Alright, I'll be back as quick as I can.
Okay. You got his attention. What you got?
I'm sorry, Tyrion. All I'm imagining is literally the same shape as a human skeleton, just with faded titanium color.
And now lungs, apparently. And vocal cords.
I still don't approve of the lungs and vocal cords. It takes away from the whole gimmick.
You should use the lungs and vocal cords and make him look like Ainz's orb.
What's up now?
Remember Ainz's orb?
Yeah.
Make the lungs and the vocal cords just be an orb there like that.
Yes. Can I do? I want to do that now.
You just are Ainz.
At this point.
Basically. Well, no. He does not have levels in sorcerer yet.
No.
Which he should take soon.
My baby. No. Oh, my head rubs, okay. My head rubs. My kitty is being very affectionate. I apologize.
No worries.
So if you had your eyes closed and your mouth shut, you'd look human?
Basically.
Okay. A little bit easier for her to deal with than fucking Ainz over here.
I mean, so you also have the issue that his eyes can look human-ish if he's relaxed. As soon as he's alert, those are slits.
Mm.
So what I'm hearing is, as long as his pupils are undilated, he's a human. But as soon as they're dilated, they're snakes.
Yep. And the fact that, he's got sharp fangs and very flexible tongue.
Ew. You could have had ice cream if you wanted, Xavier.
No.
I do want some, but the one I want is
that half baked in there, and that takes me more than 5 minutes to eat. So
And
I'm not gonna eat all through D&D.
come on.
People don't want to hear me nom 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 all the way through D&D.
Fucking mute yourself when you're not talking.
Or
Fuck
go
you.
push to talk like me.
But now I have a kitty. And kitty law prohibits me from moving.
Hmm. I do hate that I have such crappy AC though. Only 18.
Only 18?
It's only from the plate armor. If not, I'd be the same as Redox. 16. This class cannot use shields. They don't know how.
That's weird.
They know martial weapons and they're all about killing you before you kill me. That's why they have a lot of
Right.
abilities that self-heal. But because of that, their AC is kind of on the crappy end. Not
Yeah.
outrageous. However, you know what? I'm gonna test this thing out. Just to scare the DM. Here's a basic swing. Damn it, I rolled garbage. And here's the damage output.
All right then.
And again, I'm rolling low.
Save your life.
Mm-hmm.
Keep doing
Yeah,
it again. Baby, why are you hands on your head? What's going on? Go to sleep.
If I wanted, I could, instead of doing cold, radiant, and necrotic damage, I would just do cold and necrotic and do even more damage. But that one's got a 1d6 cooldown, and I really don't like doing that. Go for consistency. Or the one that adds 2d6 force damage. That's also another
Wait,
good
did he
one.
give you both the glaive and the armor?
I had a glaive. I started with a glaive.
That
Just
could
a
do the
regular glaive.
radiant and cold?
Nope. Those are my runes. Runecraft.
Sorry, Rexy Boo. It was nice snuggling though. Oh Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
All the
touch.
runes I have, I can only apply 3 at a time.
Okay.
So I chose Razor Ice, Lichbane, and Stone Skin Gargoyle. So I'm hardier. If I hit you, give me a con save or you're vulnerable to cold damage. And I hit you with Radiant Fire and I hit you with cold damage. And the necrotic damage is from my runic weapon. Level 2, they always get 1d6 bonus damage. Been dying to test run this class. Hey, just be glad I can't use any of my DMC inspired weapons.
Devil May Cry?
Oh yeah. I already have Yamato. I was working on Rebellion, but I'm not fond of it. I did Beowulf. The King Cerberus was done. What's another one of them? Let me look at the document. And I had also done the Gilgamesh.
Ah.
Yeah, I was starting to work on Acme and Rudra next.
Those ones are fun.
They
No
are.
talking.
Good. Plus, I made these be defense, so they're usually 1d6, or you can combine them for 2d4 each swipe.
Yeah, because you can combine them.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
The fact that they also add 1d6 fire and thunder damage is besides the point.
Or is it?
Because thunder damage is the best representation of wind.
Yes. Look at Rex. Are you okay, mister? Are you okay? You're this low growl thing. It's weird.
Hmm.
I'll be right back.
No worries.
Yeah.
Take time.
Yeah. Hmm? You would. I know.
BRB.
Mm-hmm. Hmm? No, everyone's still AFK. But my baby is still so cute. Sarah.
Yeah, that was chaos. I'm just now getting back.
There you go, fucker.
Yeah, I won't go into detail because I'm sure none of you want to hear, but suffice to say that I don't think my body agreed with something that I ate earlier today. So, moving on.
No, I was about to make a joke about, oh, you both got back at the same time.
Yeah, I had a moment of violent meditation, shall we say.
Ouch! Come on, baby.
I'm sure Sarah
And
gets.
I got ice cream because I'm falling asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, she's not bored. She's not bored. She just literally gets to this point where she's like, oh.
No, I get you. But
Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd say similar to a diabetic.
I do have
oh, gotcha.
hypoglycemia.
Yeah, but that's a different thing to diabetes.
It's similar because if my blood sugar goes too low, I get tired and I start to feel ill and I get cranky. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Hypo means too little. Gotcha.
You need to make sure you've got more kind of sugary options, because salt dries up the liquid inside, and coincidentally, that also contains
That's why
sugar.
I got ice cream.
Yeah, I'm sure she's gonna have a problem with having sugary treats all about.
Don't call me out like that.
Hey, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't enjoy sugary crap myself.
No,
Uh,
sugar.
Some people hate sugary stuff. I'm like, what is? Somebody I know hates cake.
okay, what the hell are you rolling for now, buddy?
I wasn't rolling for anything. It was just saying.
No, I'm talking about him. I'm talking about chaos.
No. He was rolling to show me his weapon. And
Oh,
the difference between
Lord.
what I have and diabetes is that high blood sugar doesn't affect me. Only the low. It's undiagnosed, of course, unless you consider Dr. Mom to be a good diagnosing factor. When it comes to my mom, it is.
Yeah, it is. Strictly speaking, there is a difference between hypoglycemia and diabetes. Although a lot of people with diabetes do tend to get hypoglycemia as well as a side effect.
Yeah.
But it's like squares and rectangles, basically. One can have the other, but the other doesn't necessarily have to have the one. But, alrighty. So, after you are dismissed. Yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've remembered this. The lungs. Can I fashion them into a ball? Hint, 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 like Iron says. Hint, hint.
Like a ball? His phylactery, you mean? That's the impression that's given.
I also do realize that since I'm wearing clothes, no one's really gonna see it anyway, but never mind.
To be fair, you'd be wearing a toga as to what other people are going to see, so they'll be able to see it, technically speaking.
Well,
Too bad. You're an ancient Greece.
fair.
I must share with you a thing that was shared with me.
Some people have to be loud like that.
Who's being loud?
As in the corner right here, fucking wow.
You're like that. When you come in the door.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I'm not doing it at fucking 9 in the evening.
You would. I did not need to hear you deep throating your ice cream, alright?
Alrighty, don't need to hear that shit. This is.
It's no monster.
You've heard worse things.
You've seen worse.
Yeah, that's why I don't complain.
Alright, so. Yeah, I was curious because you specifically mentioned it being a world item. Yeah, I mean, if you want it to physically appear as an orb, that's entirely up to you if that's what you want it to physically be shaped as.
Winning.
A happy warlock is a warlock that's not actively trying to destroy everything he builds.
He's actively trying to destroy everything I build, whether or not he's happy.
Mm-hmm.
Who's to say?
Technically, he's happy. He wants to keep the world as is.
No, he'll happily destroy the world.
Yeah, the only difference between a happy and an angry warlock is whether or not they're going to be smiling sadistically or just pissed when they're destroying shit.
I smile sadistically.
Yeah, so he's going to be smiling. He's going to be pulling on the world at this point.
Hmm?
He's going to be he's going to be pulling an abridged Bardock at this point. Just happily destroying everything with an honest to God smile on his face.
Oh,
Dragon Ball Z,
why does that mean so familiar?
Goku's father. The
You call yourself a DBZ fan.
dead silence is disheartening. Bardock is Goku's father in Dragon Ball Z. The one in the green armor and the bloody headband.
Right, the one who got fucking annihilated along with the rest of his clan. Remember?
Who got sent back in time because of a death ball because fuck logic.
That's only if the name.
Yes, I'm fully aware of that, but that's the joke.
Look, fuck logic just sums up all of Dragon Ball, alright?
No. No. What sums up all of Dragon Ball is
Yeah, pretty much all of Dragon Ball Z can be summed up by screaming.
Yeah, like, Dragon Ball, where there was a lot of martial arts. I do miss that aspect.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z is basically screaming, fisting, and blustering.
Yep.
And sounds like a very violent porno description as well.
It really does.
Vegeta and Goku's whole relationship can best be described as a violent porno.
Nah. Frieza and Goku's relationship.
They did have the longest session out of anybody on the show.
Romance.
That's Frieza and anybody.
No, canonically speaking, Dragon Ball Z, the fight between Goku and Frieza, legitimately cutting everything non-fight related out, is still a 4.5 hour long fight.
The OG.
Yeah.
About 30 minutes.
Which is stupid, but yeah. Either way, yeah, it's still one of the longest, if not still the longest fight in anime history. Indeed. And why Dragon Ball Z is still considered to be one of the top 3 animes, one of the big 3. Anyway. So, as you're leaving the forge, you again hear him happily whistling to himself. And anybody who is familiar with songs from the area would recognize it to be a particularly violent one, if one knows the lyrics. But he's just happily whistling to himself while he's forging instruments of death.
Sounds legit.
Man loves his work, what can you say?
Speaking, I would say that probably of all the gods of Olympus, Hephaestus and Hades are probably the most dedicated to their actual duties.
Yeah, he said duties.
Yes, I did. What's that? Oh, yeah. But I'm talking in terms of. Yeah, Aphrodite and Hera make the home and then she keeps it, basically. Yeah, and by the way, if we do wind up continuing in the Greek setting, and any of you decides to play a bard, there is no fucking way in hell the cestus is ever going to be an object that you can obtain. I'm gonna just say that flat the fuck out right now.
Why?
Cestus, Aphrodite's girdle.
Why?
The girdle gives the wearer the ability to effectively use a god tier charm effect. So, yeah, I'm not giving any of you fuckers the ability to mentally dominate somebody and effectively do whatever the fuck you want. So, not happening. Yeah.
All I have to do is just cast command or suggestion or charm person at the highest level.
Right?
Considering I'm a skeleton that by talking makes people nervous, it's kind of the only way that counts.
But now you have vocal cords.
No, it's dumb.
Yeah, but here's the
My
thing.
entire gimmick away.
The cestus would, in effect, basically give you the Geas ability.
What?
Or the Geas. The Geas ability.
Remind me?
Basically, you give a command to somebody and they have to, on pain of death, complete said command and cannot go against it in any capacity. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That's why I'm not giving any of you fuckers access to that.
so basically, can you try and explain it a different way? I really don't understand.
Okay. Effectively speaking, if somebody compels you with that, unless you make the dex save, which is going to be ridiculously fucking high since it's a god item, either one of two things is ultimately going to happen. You're basically either that person's slave or you die. That's ultimately the reality of your life at that point. Yeah. Saving or breaking said curse is effectively you need luck of the gods. Yeah, but that's the thing is that, yeah, especially considering in a Greek setting and, serving Hades, you know full fucking well how hard reviving somebody would in effect be. Hades is not very keen on letting souls out of the underworld, nor would Cerberus be.
Not sure about the vocal cords though, because it takes away the whole gimmick of only using messages to talk.
The way I'm seeing it is, yeah, I'm saying basically the way I'm viewing it is you can in effect cast it into said iron object and basically treat it as a announcement type of effect rather than just straight into somebody's mind, which in its own way is going to be even creepier. But that's just me.
Yeah, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just basically giving you an option. Whether or not you use it is completely up to you.
Okay.
And I learned my lesson with you fuckers last time. I'm not giving you outright broken shit. Because, I'm sorry. Literally beaning a fucking hellhound to death. Yeah, the items were meant for the party.
Bro, the only thing I used is the main gimmick of the warlock. What do you mean?
Yes, I gave you guys that because I was under the impression that the actual CR for the encounters was going to be more difficult, not remembering the fact that it was you two. I should have already known something was up when Gaius said that you wanted to join because you were interested, knowing that you had already played. I was like, oh, I should probably be worried about this. She's not going to send somebody brand new to the game at me unless she's willing to guide them. So the fact that she wanted you involved, I'm all fine with. I love when people get involved. I love working in groups. But I should have known that there was more than what was appearing on the surface. That was on me.
I've been playing D&D since I was about 11.
And I'm very happy to have experienced players. We're going to move right along from that.
Neither of you were gentle, let's be honest, Chaos.
Yes, we were.
No, you're not.
Sarah,
I couldn't
Sarah,
even validate his whole boss fight from the start.
Sarah. I needed to take 2 levels in bar to invalidate every encounter that the whole fucking thing had.
And if I so much worse. So yeah, no, we were nice. We were very nice.
You were still bullies.
They were elephant on a pig level with me. They could have very easily gone fucking dragon on a cat. I know enough about these two and their capabilities to know that they were holding back with what they did.
Considering the only things I had were the only spells I used was Darkness, Fireball, and Eldritch Blast.
And Shape Water.
No, I didn't use Shape Water.
You did use Shape Water. You murdered a bandit while he was sleeping by turning water into a ring around his neck.
Oh yeah, and the bandits, yeah, but with the boss fight, no.
Whatever.
Yeah, you abused the fuck out of Shape Water in that bandit room.
Oh, of course I did.
You let him. That's the best part. You let him.
One, you let me. 2, it's totally within Shape Water's ability to do. 3,
It's really not.
It is.
You can't garrote someone with water. This doesn't work that way.
You can. You can use Shape Water to condense water.
And turn it into an actual garrote and then just basically make it spin like a saw and cut someone's head off.
Yeah. Shape Water quite literally turns you into a water elemental.
Waterbender, actually.
Yeah, that. Either way, it's still applicable. But
Anyway.
Bullying aside, what now?
Yeah, Rince used bullying.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely, but that wasn't really very hard.
Shush. No, you're not.
So,
I think
looking
you're smiling while you apologize.
looking over, to be fair, while Shape Water is limited to simple shapes, it does, strictly speaking, say that it doesn't have enough force with its movement to cause damage. However, it says nothing about how it's manipulated causing damage. And the fact that it was a creative use of it, I'm fine with the way it was used. I think it was bullshit that you cast sleep on an entire fucking bandit camp, and the only one you actually had to fight was the captain. But I'm not going to complain about that. You creatively did shit. It wasn't stupid and could be logically argued. So I am full fine with having allowed it. I'm annoyed. But I'm not upset over the situation. So moving along. Yes.
Armed, armored,
Yes, you've just been informed that Athena, quite ironically, was kidnapped in Athens by Roman gods. You've been told that the Romans are seeking to open Tartarus and release the Titans, and that there is an army coming from Rome across the Ionian Sea to invade Greece. So the question is, what do you now do with your information? Alrighty. And let me see here. Oh, this motherfucker.
Fucking lame.
Alright, so let me see here from Larissa, which is still, that's okay, that's too far south. Don't mind me, I'm just figuring something out here.
Just figuring out something to make my aesthetic look either creepy, stupid, or both.
Go for it.
So, we're all familiar with the character Ghost Rider, yeah?
Oh god.
From from the shoulder up, from the from the shoulders up, so it's the neck and the rest of my skull. Yep. Yep.
Hey.
What's that, Conti?
Just you with your aesthetic there. Not gonna lie, I like the concept, but still.
But still, what?
It's a bit cringe, if I'm being 100% honest.
I know. I'm not actually gonna do it though. I just thought it'd be a nice. I thought it'd be an interesting idea. Hmm?
Yeah, anyway.
I know. I'm not actually gonna do it. It is a little bit cringe, but I thought it'd be funny.
Alright, so effectively speaking, you are in the vicinity of Kazani, and it is about a 296-mile journey to Athens, which is going to, at rough estimate for horse pace, you're looking at about a day's journey. So, you have pretty much nothing but downtime on your trip. What are you going to do? Are our heroes actually going to take the time to discuss strategy? Is the servant of Artemis going to continue to just be creeped out by her companions and choose not to speak to them? What will they do?
Who knows?
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I thought about that, but no, let's see what they want to do.
I'm gonna so apparently you said I have now mass message.
When you get to an appropriate level, the ring will develop that ability, yes. But again, you can basically message the item in your pseudo body and have it for basically announce what the hell you're thinking. So in
I'm
effect,
gonna go with the gimmick.
yeah,
I'm gonna go with the gimmick that I've had. So,
like I, go ahead. I'm gonna make some more coffee while I'm listening. I'm waiting.
I'm gonna message Cora. You don't seem to talk much.
Should I?
Should you?
I'm not really used to being around this many people. but you're dead.
How is it that my appearance and my state of existence discomforts you, despite the fact you live with gods?
I don't live with gods. I don't live on Olympus.
You took that far too literally. I meant the fact that they exist physically in a place that you can go to.
Well, you don't just go to Olympus unless you're summoned, but um I don't know. Like I said, once you're dead, you're dead. So, you're not supposed to be here. You're supposed to be in the underworld. We've had this conversation.
No, I remember you screaming at me, drawing a blade, and then running away. That doesn't constitute a conversation.
Well, I'm sorry, but that would be anyone normal person's reaction to seeing a walking corpse.
Mm.
Gods are used to odd things. They make odd things all the time.
He's got a message. Sorry, it's gonna take me a while. Carlos, what's your guy's name again?
It's right on the screen.
Affion?
Aphion.
Affion. Affion will see if he can spot any snakes in the area. Apparently that's what Affion's doing. Counting. Counting. Hello?
He said he was making coffee.
Yep.
Ah. I'm just
He's
gonna
probably
message...
not talking so he doesn't step on us.
I'm just gonna message Affion then and say, fucking... So tell me, you're a paladin of Hades. How does that work?
I'm a paladin. That's not a title.
Okay, so what exactly is your job description? Are you like an undead knight, herald?
Mm,
Are you a
none of
ferryman
that.
that can't sail a boat? What?
I can hear you.
I don't care.
That's indeed he is. So I've been back for a few minutes. I just didn't want to interrupt your interactions. But if you're going to be searching the area for snakes, go ahead and roll a perception for me. Not entirely sure why he had asked for you to search for snakes, but either way, works for me. Yeah, you'll notice that despite being semi far from Egypt, among the local snakes that you see, you'll also notice that there's a couple of asps as well.
Oh,
Alright. Alright. So, according to the description, as long as it's got an intelligence less than 4, which I don't really care to look up a stat block for a snake at the moment. I'm just going to assume it's 3 or below. What is the DC save on that throw? And you now officially have a companion.
huzzah!
And of course, he picks the fucking the super poisonous one. Yes, you are. But I know for a fact that you picked that very specific reasoning. Yeah, let's not use that terminology again, please.
That's the term, though.
I'm fully aware of that. I'm fully aware.
Cora's gonna.
Cora's gonna what?
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
gonna turn her head this way and that, examining the asp from a decent distance, and wow, a fine one you found there. New friend.
Dat asp though. I couldn't resist. Really?
What?
Psst. Is that a name suggestion?
No.
Okay. Okay, timing. Timing on that one. I was like, really?
I mean, that's totally a name suggestion now.
I mean, I was gonna suggest asshole, but you know.
You could go with Medusa, but that might be a bit too on the nose.
She turned my brothers into her hair. I'm joking. I know it's not literally because of that.
Cora's just gonna chuckle and be like, so there is something that makes you shiver. Fear, exactly. If not fear,
Translation: fear.
Men too afraid to admit fear. He raised you.
Transaction. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Translation, essentially, he clones a brother. Nope, nope, nope. I'm not insulting mother. I'm gonna get slapping you. Fuck that.
How did you survive being raised by her? You immune to petrification.
Nope.
Just didn't look me in the eyes.
That's it.
Hmm.
He was raised by Thug Life Medusa.
More like after she went through it.
Bitch got
Yeah, after a certain person,
So are you actually related, or did she just raise you out of goodness of her heart?
Goodness.
really raised.
Hmm.
Yeah.
There are perks to being raised in the underworld. You get to meet all the heroes. Note, you should never meet your heroes.
Hmm.
Especially if they live in the underworld.
Hmm. I met my goddess, and it was everything I hoped it would be. So can't be all that bad.
You spent all of 2 minutes talking to it. I don't care.
It.
Yeah.
She's not an it.
I've heard the stories of Atalanta.
I mean, to be fair, by all accounts, Artemis, as the goddess of the hunt and protectress of virgins, would have been a very desirable figure. So, can't exactly call her fugly.
But after you have certain things popped, well, she just protect you then.
I mean, by all accounts, if it was against the virgin's will, I'm fairly certain she would have issue.
That was Medusa, no, and that was Athena. Atalanta was her chosen champion, first and easiest. She was blessed by Zeus. However,
Reactions in combat. Opportunity of attack.
Aphrodite's the one who told her, and there was no Artemis to save her.
To be fair, when Aphrodite's concerned, trolling and rolling is going to happen quite a bit.
Yeah, especially when you get to turn into a beast.
Alrighty, so.
Attack, attack, eh? Oh, no, 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 no.
While on the way, we'll get vile poison at least if possible for her
Rex is.
drops.
Jeb is just looking at these two fucking running around playing like, what the fuck?
Wait, is Jet playing?
No, just lying there in the middle of the fucking floor.
Yeah, he does that. And they dodge him because they know better.
Let's
This is the same
see.
cat who's like, you're laying in the sun. I'm gonna bite you to get you to move. Because I want to lay there. Well, more a playful nip than a bite, but still.
Fucking.
But you're in my spot.
Fucking.
Let's see. Uh,
My ass was going to be named Isha.
That's a nice name.
Yeah, the fact that it's taken from Warhammer should not concern you at all.
No, wait, what?
Isha.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no.
And considering I'm the Death Knight,
Oh no,
what
no,
does
no,
that
no,
make
no, no,
me?
no, no, no. Oh no. Oh no, no. The one thing no one can fuck me with is fucking 40k. I know way more than about 40k than I do anything else, which is saying something. I either have no life or I'm committed to what I hyperfixate on. But
See, I'm
no.
just imitating Papa, and
Stop. 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 Okay, their fucking relationship is their relationship is Stockholm syndrome with fucking heavy BDSM as a cake. Okay, stop.
So moving along,
Yes, sure.
I would say that it's not unreasonable to expect that in the day that you're on the road, you should be able to get a full vial, or at least half a vial at minimum. I mean, it's fair enough because, yeah, I mean, even dipping an arrow into scorpion venom is going to kill somebody pretty quick. So an asp, which is by default much deadlier, I would say that that should be sufficient.
What's the ratio? It's like one drop of venom like every 10 minutes.
The way I see it is, it's poison, and it's particularly nasty poison. So I don't think real world statistics are really going to matter at this point. The level of medicine in ancient Greece isn't going to be enough to combat it. Yeah, if you do so quickly enough.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just glad that I didn't mention anything about there being the possibility of like a Sol scale Viper. That would have no. I mean, a Sol scale Viper is literally the most poisonous. Or hell, with the fact that the Grecian islands, you could very likely have discovered a fucking coral snake at some point, which is a very actual possibility. But moving along, so you're going to be milking Isha in the process, and what is because pretty much other than bickering with the metal boy, you haven't really said much else about what Cora is going to be doing on this.
Hunting their food, really.
Fair point.
Making sure they're well fed.
Alrighty. And after a more or less uneventful journey, other than the obvious bickering and Cora probably being creeped out repeatedly along the path.
She seems to be getting along better with Atheon, given his affinity for animals.
Is there like random fucking I don't know like a random like any kind of hostile creatures?
You can make a perception check and we'll see. Yeah, I'm sure he does. Not that you can see. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're not out there, but you haven't noticed any.
Can you start shooting Eldritch Blast randomly in any direction up to 300 feet?
No. You could hit a civilian.
That's my problem. How?
You have a staunch knight in service of Hades, keeping those who aren't meant to die out of the underworld, and you have a temple maiden, basically a temple maiden rogue, who's probably not going to be happy with you if you harm somebody innocent. So you effectively
Who am I gonna kill?
you don't know that there's not hunters out there. So I mean, you can certainly try and fire an off an Eldritch Blast if you like, but that's on you. I think that's the first time that either one of you has even considered backing off after hearing that phrase.
What?
I said you can certainly try. That is the first time in the last week, since we've started this on Thursday, that either one of you has considered backing off.
Sorry, I'm just trying to weigh on my options.
Oh Lord.
Yes, piss off a Death Knight of Hades.
I mean, if there's a bird around, I'd fucking hit the bird.
And that will be dinner.
Exactly.
Hey, that's my job.
We'll do it better.
Who do you think's been bringing you fucking huge ass things like deer. I don't know if that's a thing, but probably.
Is it? Yeah. So is there like a bird somewhere that I can just shoot for shits and giggles?
I mean, you would have heard them, you know, chirping and such when you were looking around, but you weren't specifically looking for innocent birds either.
So 23. So 23. I'm just gonna fucking shoot an eldritch blast at the direction of the bird chirping.
Hmm.
For 6.
What's a harpy?
Well, let's
I know
see.
what a harpy is, but what's holding a harpy?
I think he's saying that I'm gonna, because him doing that, he's gonna. I think that's what he's getting at. Give me a second here.
Mm-hmm.
No, they do suck. However, we're not on the seafront, so sirens shouldn't really be a problem. Fair, fair, fair.
Mm.
Iron.
Let me see here. I'm gonna have you go ahead and roll a D100 for me, Rivox.
Hold your dick and that.
I'm fairly certain that Gaius doesn't want to consider that as a thing, so we're just going to assume, truthfully, that I'm not.
Fuck you. D100 was it?
Yes, D100.
Yes.
1D100.
What are you doing, Rexy Boo?
96.
All right, 96. And congratulations, because of the wild magic surge that was created, your arms are now tentacles for the next minute. Instead of.
Shut the fuck up 2 seconds. My what?
So, you'll notice when casting it that it things seem a bit off at the moment. Things are not exactly in balance. And unbeknownst to you, as you're going to cast Eldritch Blast, a wild magic surge happens as you go to cast it.
How does any of that bullshit make sense? Other than you just trying to spite me. You just trying to spite me.
Yeah, well, Athens is in a lot of disruption at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So,
Well, fuck you guys. With the door and the one shot, I'm figuring out how they got the god.
Yeah.
to be fair,
My
you
dick
just
serves a purpose.
you just succeeded in making yourself appear even creepier. You are now a metal skeleton with tentacles that cast your thoughts. Your arms are tentacles.
Get those away from me. We'll cut them off.
Metal, you can try.
Let's do it.
Are we gonna have a roll initiative moment here?
She's got her daggers in her hands, almost like a, when the kids pound the table and they have the utensils in their hands. Like that.
them
To,
away from me or I will cut them off.
to be fair, it specifically just says on the wild magic table I'm using. Oh, hang on a second. No, I'm sorry. I completely misread that. That was if you had rolled an 86 that I just read. This is even funnier.
Oh god.
So, let's, for the sake of argument, what color is Apion right now? I, just, I know you're not. I'm asking for a specific reason which will become immediately noticeable. Just first thing that popped into my head.
No, Tyrion.
Okay. So, as of now, 96 is, and I'm just inserting the color black here. Uh, the caster becomes frightened of a color for 1 hour.
Okay.
That was the actual 96. You are afraid of the color black. You are afraid of the color black for the next hour because of the wild magic.
I'm afraid of the color black.
Yes.
Fucking die.
That's what she said. Hey, to be fair, I just literally put in D100 Wild Magic Surge Table, and this is literally the first thing I clicked on. You rolled a 96, not me.
Don't go spraying anybody.
Tyrion, away with you.
They're allowed to play. Leave them alone.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's playing when Rex is up against the door. Whether that's his shit positioning or not, he's up against the door.
Fair enough. So yeah, so what are you gonna do? You see these long, flowing raven locks on the man next to me.
Fucking, what's his name again? I can never pronounce it.
Apion.
Aphion.
Aphion. I think I'm gonna mess this up. Aphion. I think I know how they captured the god. My magic just fucked with me in a colossal way, and I feel frightened by your black hair.
Doesn't he need to roll something to not run away pissing himself?
Nope.
Yeah, it just says he's afraid of the color. You can be afraid of something and not just well, it says frightened of the color, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to immediately run. He is a very old, very logical.
Someone who's scared. Anyway.
I am normally immune to fear conditions, so unless Contine's taken that into account and he still wants me to be scared anyway, instead of me being immune to fear conditions, I would class myself as resistant at this current situation.
Fine, whatever.
Yeah, I would say honestly, considering your general resistance, it's more of like a I really don't want to see that kind of a situation. And who knows? Maybe fate just decided that you needed a viewpoint from the humans aspect of things as to why they feel uneasy around you.
But yeah, we'll keep going with that. I feel really uneasy with your black hair. Yeah.
Please tell me you said that out loud.
No. Well, he might have, but I didn't.
Did you say that out loud, Chaos? She's looking between you two, and then she like reaches out to take a bit of your hair and like floof it at him.
Fuck out of here.
Aphion,
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
But yeah, no, Afyon has literally his nose pinched between his index and fine, I'll wear a hoodie.
A hoodie?
Just for an hour until the effects wear off.
Did you just say in ancient Greece you're going to be wearing a hoodie?
He did say hoodie.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that heard that.
I'll grab one of his stupid claws, flip it over my head, help him at least.
But you're not just look.
Good thing I don't sweat.
What color is Korra's hair, by the way?
So the picture shows like a white hair, but that's not normal. So I'm just gonna go with like, I don't know, what would it have been? Like a dark brown?
Yeah, I would say kind of like a brunette from the picture you're using. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh, are you looking at the picture below, or are you looking at the My Bio page?
I'm looking at the one that's actually on the screen right now.
See, this is her. She's got like silver hair.
That's like a gray silver.
Where are you showing this?
On my bio. I changed the picture when I changed my name. But I mean, I don't know, whatever the common hair color is in Greece at this point.
Brunettes, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, when fairly decent amount of black-haired individuals as well. Which, since you're now in Athens, which is a larger city, one of the largest ones considering outside of Olympus, which is going to be rather funny.
Yep.
Yeah, well, we're still more than an hour away from Athens, so.
I'm sorry, are you the DM?
Fucking, you said we were barely on the way when we were pissing the shit around, so.
I will grant you that.
We're getting close.
Yes, you're getting close with the walking boner. That or you get the exploratory satyr. Come here, middleman. All right.
So who was the goddess of virgins?
There's no goddess of virgins. There's mostly goddesses who protect virgins.
Okay.
There's no specific god of virgins.
And Hestia.
I was gonna say Artemis, yeah.
Yeah, Artis is officially classified as the goddess of the hunt and protectress of virgins.
Yeah,
So
I'm just wondering if my character needs to stick to that because doesn't want to piss off her goddess.
Her chosen champion was being a full-on man-hoe. And Artemis didn't care.
yeah, pretty much all of the Greek gods, it was a matter of if you're being useful to them, they don't really care.
Right, okay.
Oh.
I need to brush up on my Greek mythology for this campaign.
To be fair, our brain cells were dying in that last campaign with the Valkyrie.
But she's not Greek.
True, but she never followed the literal fucking mythological thing she was supposed to be, so.
Yeah, but I want to, so fuck you.
That's what I'm saying! You don't know, you're not familiar with your mythology, so you're trying to
He's in agreement with you, he's just being wordy about it.
He's being very wordy about it. Anyway.
Alright. So, And I had just lost my train of thought because of that. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Mostly because of him. Oh, what the hell was I just getting ready to say? Give me a second here. Yeah, it's gone. Anyway, so
Well,
We were reaching Athens, and you were planning to fuck with him with all the black-haired people.
yeah, that was a thought. Yeah. Either way. Oh no, I remember. Thank you. I don't know why that just triggered it in my head, but my brain works weird. Fun fact: apparently, Chiron was the brother to Hades, Zeus, and Poseidon. Which is funny because I always thought that there were 6 children. Apparently, there were 7. You mean Gaia? That's right. Gaia was Uranus's wife. My bad. Got the lines mixed up a bit there. Yeah, Earth basically went anal to produce the Titans. And that is one of the reasons why the one of the reasons why the scythe slash sickle is one of the symbols of Kronos. Ugh. Of course, doesn't say much about him considering he castrated his father and then ate his babies. Indeed. Yep. Technically speaking, yeah, there's a lot of sexual implications there. I mean, considering the fact that Zeus and Hera are brother and sister by blood, he transformed himself into a disheveled dodo, and then when she picked him up to comfort him, not knowing it was him, he forced himself on her. Yeah, I would say that there's a lot of screwed up shit going on in Greek mythology. I did a report on it in English class in school.
Zeus forced himself on a lot of women.
Yeah, why do you think there's so many demigods that are running around in Greek mythology?
Yeah.
Let's go with Grapist. Little bit more PG because while I don't really give a fuck about uh, monetization, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, no, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that both Cilia and Medusa were his lovers before Amphitrite, or whatever the fuck her name is, cursed them. I know Cilia. Slight confusion on who it was, but both directly are a result of Poseidon's actions. Yeah, like we said, a lot of fucked up shit going on in Greek mythology. Yeah, so moving along. Yeah, so moving along. Alright, so as the skeleton is finally coming down from his seeming terror at the sight of the color black and his companion's hair. I'm coming down! Yeah. It's a good thing you guys arrived during the day. I'll let that implication sink in for a minute.
I'm gonna message Alfhill and be like, you can lower your now. Right, well, at least we know how they captured the god. Magic here is skewed.
Indeed. And as you roll into the city limits of Athens, you are greeted with the sight of a fairly sizable marketplace. Not much going on, but you do notice that there are several establishments, such as an inn and its own separate tavern across the street, apparently competing business for them. And you'll notice that there are a couple of temples and shrines of sorts, but not really much in the area you're at. What's that? By all accounts, there would be nothing but disturbances, since that is exactly where she was when she was taken. That is a good question. Why don't you go ahead and roll perception to see if you can see it from where you're at? Because to be perfectly honest, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Go ahead. Right, and I. Okay. Yeah, I'd say from where you are, you should be able to see the statue. However, it looks like it's not there.
The gods, apparently. Shall we head over?
All right. No one's going to stop you on your trip over. Upon arriving, however, while it does seem like everything is more or less where it should be, you'll notice that there is rubble strewn about the Parthenon itself, a particularly large piece of which seems to bear Athena's likeness.
I'm gonna go and see if I can find someone from the temple, like a maiden like myself, and while helping clean up, ask what happened.
As you start tidying here and there as you go about looking, you will hear hushed voices coming from the back of the temple, both speaking very excitedly and pitching higher and lower at times with obvious shock and concern about what's happened. And are the boys going to be doing anything, or are they just standing there?
I'm gonna see. Sorry, I'm trying to make a figure at the same time. I'm going to use. Would it be Arcana or Investigation to see if I can find where exactly the epicenter of all this magical fuckery is coming from?
I would say Arcana, considering it's magic based on the investigation you're trying to perform.
21.
Alright, so based off of your senses and your familiarity with how magic operates, I would say that you notice that it seems like it's coming from the rubble of the statue itself. That's something.
Point, or just the rubble in general?
Yeah, like you would associate the epicenter having been the statue itself, so basically all the rubble from the statue would seem to have the same strength, the effect. So you would notice that that's where it seems to be coming from, although you're not currently sure whether it would be something that was on the statue, if that was the actual catalyst, or if it was just a byproduct of it, of where it happened.
Can I find out?
Yeah, go ahead and roll another Arcana for me.
20,
Oh, damn!
natural 20. Give me that fucking information.
So, as far as you can tell, it seems like there were a lot of opposing magical forces going on within the Parthenon itself, specifically having started from the statue. And you can tell that there seems almost like there's a divine level of magic at work. And it seems like the statue, in and of itself, might have been the actual focal point of what the spell had started out as. But it seems like, in and of itself, it has grown out of control and has started spreading out from the area.
So what is coming from the statue?
From what you can tell, it started with the statue, but seems to have taken on a life of its own. So it is actively spreading from where you are.
Right. Cool. So it's coming. It's taking on a life of its own, but it's still coming from the statue. Yes.
That was the initial ground zero area. Yes.
Right. Okay then. Could I use? I want to experiment here. Could I use burning hands to pick up a piece of rubble and destroy it?
Is that an actual spell itself?
Yeah. You sure you want to do that with the wild magic around?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Can I try use Eldritch Blast to destroy it?
I'll be right back.
All right, then. Yeah, I would. You can definitely do that. It's up to you. It's you're the one doing it. Go ahead and not necessarily for attack, but go ahead and roll a d20 for me. Side note, you can actually, if you're in the chat box, you can just hit the up arrow and it'll bring up the last roll or last thing that you hit enter on, if that helps you.
What am I rolling?
A d20.
Alright, so what? Alright, fuck me!
I wasn't going to ever do so.
Plus my modifier?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, piss. I didn't have to roll that. Fuck's sake.
What is your modifier?
A 6.
Okay, so effectively a 13. Alright, so rather than a d100, I'm going to just have you roll a d50 for me. Alright, so. This is going to be interesting. So, because of the Wild Magic Surge, as you go to cast Eldritch Blast, and you're going to need to roll another D100 because of the effect, you are going to start vomiting silver pieces.
I don't understand how that works.
I don't either. That's why I said it's going to be interesting. So basically, just somebody just hit the lottery by pulling your arm.
Do you have any barrels nearby?
You would probably see some clay pottery, most likely, but not necessarily a wooden barrel of sorts.
The thing we came in on, what's that again?
You were basically on horses, so you should have some saddlebags of sorts.
How deep are those saddlebags?
I would say effectively what you would see like on a modern day motorcycle, so fairly spacious.
Cool.
All right, and the 28 that was for your D50. What is you got to roll a D100 for me? It says you start vomiting up one D100 of silver pieces. That's the only reason I'm having you roll another one. And congratulations, you just got the equivalent of 9.5 pieces of gold.
Cool. You want them bitches? I'm giving you the money already. Fuck you all.
He's just the gift that keeps on giving. So you try to cast Eldritch Blast to destroy the piece of statue, and find yourself vomiting up silver pieces as a consequence of the wild magic backlash.
Son of a bitch. I'm just gonna bring a piece to fucking F-Shot. Destroy this. Just do it. Just do it. It's a theory. I need to test it. I tried doing it. It didn't work. I just threw up like 96 pieces in our fucking horse saddles. 96 pieces of gold, silver
Silver.
horse saddle. Fucking destroy this thing. Does the magic ebb even slightly?
Is the glaive enchanted in any capacity? All right. And what is the purpose of the runes on the glaive? All right. So as he swings his glaive down, he will in effect destroy the part of the statue that you presented to him, which, as he had said, he wanted to pick an unassuming piece. You happen to pick up a piece of the spear from the statue that Athena would have been holding. And while the stone and marble that it was made of crumbles, the effect of the spell does not seem to lessen in any capacity.
Fuck! Okay. The magic that's fucking around with every other piece of magic in the area is coming from that statue. I thought by destroying it, it would ebb the chaotic magic flowing through the place. No, it did not. You really think that's gonna work? At this
I
point,
think it's a better idea than destroying the statue of the gods.
at this point, fuck it. Why not? I'm gonna use men to fix the statue. How many fucking how many things am I gonna need to roll before I fucking come on,
I'm
give me a number.
I'm just gonna have you roll a straight D100 since you just activated it. It's still in effect at the moment because it goes for a full minute.
57.
57. And all right. So, as a result of the wild magic surge, you now for the next minute, anything you touch will basically erupt in flames, as long as it's not being worn or carried. Very interesting one. Flammable touch.
I'm gonna keep touching different pieces of the statue. Fuck it. I am beyond irritated.
Oh, I mean, it's flammable touch. It's not really going to do much against marble. I mean, you might scorch it, but
Fuck it, I'm done. Fucking you non-magical fuckers are. I can't. Fuck it. Okay, I'm gonna keep fucking finishing the statue then, even though I'm scorching the marble, kind of.
all right. And after what would seem like several hours, you, as you're moving pieces of the statue, you'll notice that one of the temple maidens had actually been trapped beneath the rubble, unconscious because of having been hit on the back of the head. In addition to the fact that you have completed rebuilding the statue, but as you're doing so, you notice that it's not the statue in and of itself. While
Maiden, isn't it?
it's potentially the maiden, but at the same time, you notice that the statue does still resonate with that chaotic magic vibe.
Just gonna tap the fucking maiden on the face. It took no, I don't.
It took well over a minute. It took well over a minute. The effect of flammable touch is only a minute. Yeah. The motherfucker with burning hands literally rebuilt a marble statue that's now scorched to fuck, and the motherfucker who's gonna feel like an ice cube is carrying a temple maiden.
Never mind the fact that I've been wanting to talk to these temple maidens since we got here.
Yeah, and these two just. Well, specifically one of them, anyway. Indeed. So, while all their fuckery is going on, we're actually going to go back a bit here to see a conversation with the maidens.
Okay, so I just wanted to get their perspective on what the heck happened exactly, blow by blow, as much detail as they can give me.
Alright, so after asking, they're going to start to recount the battle from what they could have seen with Mars and and Pluto against Athena, and how they had a very odd human with them, at least human as far as they could tell, although they were particularly certain they saw a pair of hooves under the individual's cloak, casting a spell that they've never heard of that seemed to interfere in a very strange way with the divine magic flowing out of them during the fight, that seemed to be caught onto the statue as that zone spread, and how the poor maiden got stuck when the statue exploded. Although she's not sure that the maiden wasn't someone that came with the other gods. And during this exposition, of them trying to recount everything in as stable a tone as they can, you're going to hear quite the commotion from the front end of the temple as the crazy ass skeleton is destroying parts of the statue and screaming mentally, which I will say, considering the wild magic, it probably in and out would have projected his words into other people's consciousness, and the sounds of moving rubble. So you're gonna have a pretty clear indication that not everything's as it seems. Makes sense.
Still gonna listen to anything else the maidens have to say.
Well, as far as the maidens
That
know,
came from the who person?
yes, and it somehow interwove with the magic being used by the gods and created the wild magic.
Gotcha. Okay.
But other than that, the only other real information that they have is that the individual with the hooves was wearing a black cloak.
Okay, so they couldn't really see the rest of them very well.
Yeah, they assumed it was human, but all they could really see was the feet, which they found odd that it was hooves, because it was a vaguely humanoid shape.
Okay.
Alrighty, so what do we got now that we're back in the present?
Well, as they're bringing the maiden in, I'll ask the other maidens if there's a room or something we can put her in since we're not sure of her identity yet.
And they're just gonna simply direct you to the lodgings in the back, where they typically sleep.
Cora will thank them and ask Aphion to move her back there. Apparently there's sleeping arrangements back there. I'll explain everything when we get there.
And as you all are moving, as you all start moving towards the back, one of the maidens, both maidens, are going to bow to Rithox and thank him for actually rebuilding the statue.
He's beyond irritated that his magic is being fucked with. That he's going to death stare the maidens while mentally saying to one of them, "You're welcome."
Oh, that's not helping things. You just got increased rep and then you just plummeted in rep.
No, no. Here's the best part. So he's just acting the angry skeleton, but
Yeah.
once he gets told about this hooded figure, oh boy, it's on public enemy number one for Mr. Stone.
Oh yeah.
And despite hearing the irritation in his voice while speaking thank you, they are still going to have that heightened respect for him because he did a great service for their temple before they scurry off, still out of fear for the anger they heard in his voice, not necessarily for anything else.
Isn't that nice going fun?
I didn't know a side effect was turning you into friggin' Jason Voorhees. I was talking about the rasp specifically. I made meat happen.
He is well annoyed that his magic is being fucked with so severely.
Poor thing. I would be too, but it's secretly amused at his temper tantrum. I can't use my magic. Scary skeleton.
Spooky, scary skeleton.
But yeah, when we get back to the lodging, she'll recount the whole thing to them and the fact that we're not sure that this woman is actually one of the maidens. She may have come with the people who started it or be with the enemy, so we should be careful.
She needs to die.
We need to speak with her first.
Make no promises. Fine.
If you can't handle it, guard the door. And she points at the door they just entered. Go on.
You think you're funny, meat. Anyway, here's the fucking silver I vomited during the fuckery that was my magic being skewed. 96 pieces of silver.
Delicious.
Ew. Were it you, it would be dangerous.
Pick one up, turn around, and go.
Remarkably good craftsmanship, hey?
As long as you don't bite it to make sure it's pure silver, we're good.
Yeah, I don't do that. I got fangs. I would chip them.
And to be fair, it came from another dimension, not necessarily out of any bodily fluids, so it wouldn't make any difference.
She doesn't know that. All she knows is it came out of that skelly fucker.
That has no bodily juices about him.
I mean, no.
Unnatural growth.
Juice. There is one bodily juice left in him still.
Which is?
Bone marrow.
Yep.
After a while of which it would dry up.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure there's no bodily juices whatsoever.
I don't know. His bones are pretty healthy.
All those, no spasms.
Exactly. Kept the marrow nice and healthy.
Anyway, so what now?
We wait for her to wake up. Unless you want to go looking for this food fellow.
Oh my god!
Did I find out if he's, like, regular person size, or is he short? Is he tall? Like, did he look different from other humans in any other way other than the hooves?
So, as far as the maidens could tell from what they told you, he was about average height. But they really didn't get much of a look at him because of the cloak.
So just look at the feet and black cloak.
Yes.
You're not scared of black anymore, huh?
So I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna fuck off walking around Athens looking for a motherfucker in a black cloak.
So.
Don't kill him.
I make no promises unless you come to observe me yourself. Bye! There's two of you in there.
I'll go with him, don't worry.
Thank you.
So, as a side note, a fresh marrow bone that's frozen can last up to 12 months, but a fresh one will only keep for about 3 to 4 days.
That's a fresh one? He's undead.
I'm
Fueled by
hundreds
unlife.
of years old.
Yeah, he also said he doesn't remember being alive.
So I will
He's just got a bad memory.
the magic fueling him is keeping that marrow nice and juicy.
You're just trying to have an excuse for him to be able to use freaking shape water at will.
I mean, if he did that, he would probably damage his own bones.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
But
He willingly got dipped in bronze. So have fun using that.
marrow ain't coming out.
Yeah, from accident or intention, it ain't coming out, so have fun with that.
I mean,
Do not let him play with that feet.
Pretty sure it's fucking juicy bronze.
Anyway.
What I'm talking about, right? 3 heads, really big.
Yeah, but you have specifically flat out said that you don't want to have to go to the underworld, so why would Cerberus be a factor?
Because Cerberus is only a gate. They just toss a skeleton inside and be like, well, my job here is done. It's like, I got a recruit toy. He's the good
I'm his favorite person.
Hey, he's the goodest boy.
You're the goodest boy.
Good as boys.
Walking around Athens looking for a motherfucker.
I doubted as well, but I needed him out of the room.
Plain sight is the best place to hide.
Unless you've got hooves for feet.
Or, you know, you're a Roman. A Roman would stand out in Greece pretty heartily.
Greek person.
Yeah, not many Romans would have the balls to do that.
The implications of that statement.
7 for my investigation. Fuck me.
Rip.
So, how far exactly is Aphion behind Rivix?
Moments. Very, very brief.
Brief moments, so
They
actually,
see the exact same amount of nothing, though, it seems.
Is that going to be enough, though? Is he close enough to Rivix?
Oh no.
Because Revox, he knows that he's looking for somebody wearing a black cloak. And it seems like there are a lot of people in black today at the market area.
Why would you wear black in Athens? The death sentence.
Hey,
be a spell that was cast. Could be someone was selling black cloaks and they were cheap.
you know how people are when it comes to sales.
True.
Even if they don't need it, they feel they do.
Especially Athenians.
So, yeah, Revox is going to notice there's an awful lot of people wearing black cloaks. Despite the heat, although he probably wouldn't be very sensitive to temperature considering his condition, but they all.
Try and look at the feet.
You'll notice that everyone seems to be wearing closed footwear. So you really can't tell whether or not they have hooves.
I mean, someone with
What?
hooves would not be wearing closed
No.
footwear.
No, they would not.
If it was a commandment from whoever they serve to conceal their feet,
It's kind of hard to do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Booty kind of piggy.
okay, I already made the reference earlier, so I'll go ahead and keep with that same vein. You'll notice that some of the people wearing the closed footwear, some of which are actually wearing boots that look very strange, others wearing exceptionally long cloaks, but a lot of them seem to be walking with very strange gaits. Not walking quite like someone normal would.
I'm gonna see if I can't find any single person who's in the crowd, walking with either a strange gait, but trying to inconspicuously move away from the markets.
Alright. Roll a perception for me.
I mean, it did take us days to get here. He could be long gone by now. Oh, nice.
So, you'll notice, and I love that's not 20, by the way. You'll notice at the far end of the street that you're on, I guess you can call it a street, it's pretty much all dirt paths, that there is a pair of individuals in black cloaks that are, while not hastily, are very steadily moving away from the bustle of the crowds that keep looking over their shoulder.
The time of day?
I would say it's about little past effectively what would be 3. So roughly somewhere midway between noon and twilight.
I'm gonna pull on Rebax and gesture with my chin towards the keyboard, trying to inconspicuously leave the market in the middle of the rush.
Weird kind of purple flames just erupt from his eyes, like, come here, motherfucker.
Alright, I'm going to assume that you two are giving chase.
With my magic.
Congratulations! Now they know that you're looking at them, and they're.
Actually say that, motherfucker.
I'm fucking with you.
Fuck yeah.
Ah, yes. Then the two most conspicuous people on the stealth mission.
The two most conspicuous themselves chose to go.
Because he wanted to stay with the sleeping bitch in the bed.
Do not.
Yeah, a giant metal snake man in armor that still somehow has hair. So what, are you going for the Adonis aesthetic at this point? Anyway. So, since you're trying to be inconspicuous about it, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Both of us?
I mean, are you being blatant about what you're doing, or is Revox trying to maintain his composure and be smart about what he's doing?
He's trying to be smart, but he is pissed.
He's pissed. I like that. Ooh. I'm gonna say that combined between the two of you, that you're not exactly the most quiet individuals in the market.
The rumbling of metal bones.
You're not exactly the most quiet pair in the market area, but considering how much noise is going on, it is in your favor that it is a very busy day, because while the two are constantly looking around trying to make sure they're not being followed, all of the confusion about them in the marketplace actually keeps you from being noticed.
Nice.
Well, I should point out, being kept from being noticed, that you are following them. They did take note of you because you are very strange individuals in the area at the moment, but nothing that particularly draws their eye to you. Testing. Okay, there we go. There's a quote for you.
Just one? What is the message?
I think you misunderstood his comment.
Yeah. As in, there's two men in front of you. How many men does it take to send a message?
Just one.
Usually that comment is followed by an explosive blast of some sort. Or a very violent murder. Alright. Slight correction there. I just said they were moving away from the market. They haven't actually left the town. They're not heading in that particular direction at present. Alright, so you do happen to notice them turn down a street, but you are still at a distance from them. So as you go ahead and get to that, you do notice that they are nowhere in sight. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me. There is.
Get too far ahead.
Mm.
Hey, 21, that's better.
You both got the same roll.
Damn. All right. So, even though you didn't actually see them physically enter while they were entering the building, you did catch sight of their cloaks and the slamming door that they went through. So you know exactly what building they're in.
Let's do this. In we go.
All right. So as you bust in through the door, you startle the hell out of the two, only to find them sitting at a table surrounded by children.
Aww. They think the children will save them.
Apologies. We're investigating the desecration of the statue of Athena. We're looking for people with a strange gait like yours. Would you mind if we saw your feet?
The two of them are going to look at each other in confusion at your words, and since they have no other desires to get you out of their home as quickly as they possibly can, both of them will remove their shoes. And while very hairy on the male side, it doesn't appear that he has hooves.
There are two of them, right?
Yes, and one is a female.
What about? Well, we would.
Do we know that we're looking for a male? I don't remember that as part of the description.
Yeah, the temple maiden specifically said that it was a male. She would have heard. She said that only because she had heard him speaking as he was casting the spell, so she knows it was a very deep voice.
Thank you. Sorry. I forgot.
No worries. Might we offer you a refreshment of some sort?
No, no need. I do apologize for the inconvenience. We have been trying to catch these monsters.
Your service for that will definitely be very much appreciated. That it was a terrible thing what happened to the statue. I know that there was a very strange gentleman, and if I they were Roman, weren't they, honey? Yeah, yes. There were two Roman gods and a goat-footed man who were fleeing that seemed almost very excited at the beginning of the day. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were heading northwest.
And I'll take about 20 silver from the bag and give it to Paying informants for information.
And don't forget to respect the house god.
Rebix is like, first they fuck with my magic, now you're fucking with my money.
I had half of mine to kill them and
I did not agree to my money being spent. I worked hard to vomit that up. And as you... Both are going to bow in graciousness as the children all bob their heads happily, thanking you. It's a good thing Chaos was there, otherwise 5 orphans would have been made that day. Probably wouldn't have survived long. Probably wouldn't have survived long after the fact. Yes, but the parents very likely would have died first, meaning that they would have been orphans for the rest of their lives. Short though that might have been.
30 seconds of it.
Anyway. Literally an animated skeleton. Monster is literally the epitome of the best adjective to describe him.
his magic is being fucked with.
Yes, but you're still blessed by Ares. This moment.
Rex, what are you doing, kitten?
Moth.
Ah.
Moth.
Right, now we have a direction to go in.
Yeah, but do we follow that or we go back and tell you? Because you're still in the room with the sleeping bitch.
Let's go back, even if they do get ahead of us.
Get ahead?
Yes, they're already ahead. Yeah.
If you recall, the husband specifically said that they went northwest about the beginning of the day. So, unbeknownst to you, you actually crossed paths with them already.
I can tell
Yep.
the skeleton is angry.
The skeleton seems to have been angry for about an hour.
At least.
Anyway, let's go get our maiden companion and
Yep.
see about that temple maiden that got injured.
Do we really care about the temple maiden?
Your companion to a temple maiden, part of your party would.
Remember, information. This way we know exactly who we need to kill. And then you can take your sweet ass out.
And it's about this point, while you two are heading back, the maiden is going to start waking up.
Rex, Cuddy, out.
Where am I?
Ah, good, you've come around. How are you
Yes, I have a very terrible headache.
feeling? Oh, I can imagine. You're not here.
Why is it that Cora all of a sudden sounds Irish rather than Greek?
Oh, an accent that's easy for me to put on. Sometimes I slip into it.
Makes sense.
You're at the temple to Athena. Do you not remember how you got here?
No, I remember going about my daily duties. It's just I don't know how I got into this bed or why my head hurts.
Well, the statue did kind of fall on you.
Something happened to the statue.
Don't worry, it's been mended.
Oh, thank the gods. Athena would not have been pleased if her statue had been left in that state.
Can you tell me what happened?
I remember there were two very threatening individuals that showed up. And if I recall correctly, I believe the man they were with, I believe he said his name was Phil?
I knew it. Odd name, alright.
Yeah, he did mention that only his close friends called him that, though. I can't imagine what that would be short for.
Thelonious, maybe?
Did me and Chaos get the name of the guy?
No, you two are not back at the temple just yet, so it's just Cora and the temple maiden right now.
I really want to ask to know that guy's the male's name before we leave, but that's metagaming now, so I can't do that anymore.
Oh no. I'm sure in the normal course of events as you three once you regroup, it's going to come up. It's normal information that you would share.
Okay, so what's the guy's name that me and Chaos were at?
The individual that you were speaking to was. I'm trying to sit here. I did have a name picked out. We'll just call him Alexander. That was
Okay, cool, thanks.
yeah, because it's not the dude. So
Now, your sisters say that they heard him casting some sort of spell. Did you hear that too?
I heard him saying very strange words. I didn't recognize them. I almost want to say it was another language entirely, because what he said almost sounded gibberish to me.
Hmm. Was he speaking to these strange individuals, or...
I noticed that he had raised his arms and there was a strange energy flowing around them. But after that, there was just a very loud noise, and now I'm here in front of you.
Hmm. Do you remember anything before this incident?
I remember it was a great honor because we were excited for Athena's visit. She does so every so often. She likes to come herself to see the temple and make sure that everything's being done properly. But beyond that, I remember the two other gods showed up immediately after her arrival, almost as if they were laying in wait for her.
Hmm. Most likely. And how long have you been here?
Oh, I've been here my entire life. I was raised here.
Hmm. See. Hmm. Tell you what,
And
why don't you lay back a bit? I'll have the sisters bring you some water.
oh, thank you, dear.
I'm just gonna go to the door, keep my eyes on this woman, and like see if I can flag down one of the other sisters.
And you're gonna easily flag one of them down just as Revox and Aphion happen to stumble back into the temple.
Okay. Do you recognize this maiden?
And need a female name here real quick. Give me a second.
I thought I remembered them saying they didn't recognize this girl.
I said that Revox didn't look like didn't think that she belonged there.
No, I thought there was someone else who said that.
Oh,
I
trust.
just want to confirm with someone else.
You're about to get more information.
Also, I want to do this with her story just now. Oh no! I rolled an insight and I rolled a 10. Trying to see if she's telling the truth. Or if she thinks she's telling the truth, is essentially what it is.
So you have your doubts about her story. You don't necessarily know or have proof that she's lying to you, but it just all seems a little too convenient for you to fully trust her.
Yeah.
Alright, we've tried your nice way.
Although
I'm still
the,
waiting for this lady to tell me if she recognizes me or not.
the sister that you flagged down will state that the maiden laying in the bed referred to herself as Rhea, but she's not sure exactly how long she's been there. Because the maiden that you specifically flagged down has only just started service at the temple a few days prior.
Ah. Can you patch me with someone who's been here quite a while? She says she's been here her whole life. I'd just like to confirm that.
And she's going to flag down the other sister that happens to be the head maiden. And she will point out that Rhea has, in fact, only been there a few weeks.
Right. And when she arrived, was there anything odd about her appearance?
I mean,
Or was it standard?
all newcomers are odd to me the way that they dress. You, as well as I, as well as anyone, should know that we are very strict in what we should be wearing.
Yes.
No, she had very odd mannerisms,
Okay. Like what?
almost as if she was used to marching in armor.
I see. Anything else that was odd? Or not odd, but just her mannerisms or the way she spoke or anything that seemed out of place. more so than usual.
She seemed to have a very odd habit of using the name Caesar.
I see.
But
Well, if there's anything,
beyond that thought, there's not much I can really think of at the moment.
all right. Thank you. If there's anything else you can think of, please come let me know.
Oh, very well. And if there's anything I can do, please let me know.
Thank you. And she'll give a slight bow of respect.
And she will return that immediately before continuing her duties.
I'll still keep an eye on the Rhea, you said?
Yes, RHEA.
Right. I'll keep an eye on Rhea when I see the boys arrive. Oh. How did your search go?
Is she awake?
Not well, I see.
Is she awake?
I'm handling it.
Magic is being fucked with now. My money's being fucked with. I want to get out of Athens.
By that, do you mean that you just happened to vomit a bunch of silver and make yourself a lot of money?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll use some
I'm-
of it to pay for information since we did inadvertently scurp them.
Oh, well, that's only fair. We'll just...
Exactly.
I was about to make 7 corpses.
Ugh. Well, I'm glad everyone's all right. Thank you for keeping an eye on them, Raphael. Appion, sorry.
As irritated as I might seem, I have lost my composure, and I apologize. However, I wish to talk with this girl. What have you
I
learned?
think someone has either brainwashed her or somehow magically altered her memory. She claims to have been here her whole life, but the head maiden says that she's only been here for a few weeks, and she's been acting strangely, like she's used to walking in armor. She keeps mentioning some Caesar person. It all just seems very strange.
Let
But
me
I think she honestly believes the story she's telling you.
let me see what I can do.
Do not frighten her.
Fear is the best motivator. Besides, if she can recollect what the guy said, and she can say it accurately enough, I can tell you what he said.
Oh, by the way, the satyr name is Phil.
Phil.
Yeah, he said that's what his friends call him. I'm assuming it's Thelonious or something like that.
Well, again, let me see if I can figure out if the girl remembers what he said, and then I can figure out what he said.
Be gentle. She's quite shaken, and she thinks she's actually a maid in here. More flies with sugar.
Right. Well, the way I communicate isn't exactly flies with sugar, but we'll see what I can do.
Perhaps we should let Aphion take a look then.
Me.
You have no bedside manner.
Skeleton, what bedside manner can I possibly offer?
You could be a bit courteous.
Again, skeleton. How exactly can I be courteous?
You're trying to convince me you're not a monster? Prove it.
Why would I do that?
Ah, then guard the door.
No.
Aphion and I will handle this.
Excuse me?
If you can't treat others kindly,
And
then
if
you
you
have
don't
no
get off your
place
fucking
here.
high horse, you're gonna start falling off it.
I'm not on a high horse. I'm asking you to treat someone kindly, which I have not yet to see you do in the entire time I've known you.
You've known me for all of a day.
It's been a bit more than that.
To be fair, then closer to a week.
Oh, Jesus.
Just saying.
Thank you.
Time passes weird.
Yep.
So let's see. Anyway, so
Let Aphion have a crack, and if he doesn't come up with anything, then you can use your shock and awe.
yes, sure, whatever.
Full.
Alright.
Captain's tip approach. Guess I'll do the challenge.
Yes.
Almost tempted to say that that's the oath that Revox had to swear to his patron. The oath of shock and awful.
Fair.
Rhea, this is my friend Ruffion. Are you okay if you speak to us for a moment?
I suppose so. I am very tired, though.
I know, you've had a troubling day. Having a statue following you and everything. Goodness, good thing you haven't been hurt more than a knock to the head.
I'm just glad that I was able to provide service to Lord Queen Athena by catching her statue. Out of character with my face.
You what with your face?
I was saying out of character that she caught the statue with her face.
Yeah, she called her Queen Athena.
Yes, she did. That was mostly a verbal stumble on my part, but I'm gonna go with it either way as in character.
Yeah, I mean, she's a Roman masquerading as one of our maidens, so she would
That
know how to
is
address her properly.
generally what you do believe, yes.
I have no evidence to the contrary, but I want
Exactly.
my opinion. So, take it away!
So Athens gonna take whatever chairs around, sit down, get a little more eye level with her.
Yeah, you're gonna notice
See
it's.
that he's got
Mhm.
inhuman eyes, and go. So where are you from, Alicia? Before this life.
Are you meaning a previous life, sir?
What's that? Sorry, I can barely hear you when you use that voice.
Are you meaning a previous life, sir?
Yes, before you became a maiden.
I don't remember anything prior to being a maiden. I've been a maiden my whole life.
He's actually gonna speak in the language of the gods then, because most maids can speak it, and wonder if she understands him.
I'm just trying to think of what I'm gonna have her say.
Celestia.
I said I'm thinking of what I'm going to have her say. Is what I said.
Yeah, I should change one of my languages to Celestial or something.
You speak that very beautifully, sir.
It's the tongue my father prefers to speak.
That would follow. I mean, if you are speaking that particular language, obviously you are directly. I'm trying to think of the best word to use here for what I'm trying to get at. Directly tied to a god or a goddess.
In a manner of speaking.
You, she said that you wish to speak with me.
Indeed, we're trying to find out anything you might remember from Hera, like the exact wording that this ghost man used in order to at least know what the spell was.
I know you said it sounded. Oh, sorry.
We have a good companion who's well versed in magic, but a little bit on the finicky side.
I know you said it sounded like gibberish, but if you could just sound it out for us, that would help.
I must confess, I say gibberish because the language is forbidden for me to speak. It sounded very dark and guttural.
Then it sounds something like this, and at that moment he will say, does it sound like this? In Abyssal.
And she's going to visibly recoil at the sound of the voice and respond very vigorously with a nod of her head.
I do hate to take that language on my tongue. However, best way to slay the enemy is to know the enemy.
Hopefully, you will not be slaying anyone in the temple. There's been enough turmoil here already. My apologies, sir. I wouldn't begin to understand how to possibly spell out what was being said.
I'm gonna actually ask our rogue companion.
Hmm.
Revak actually lets you communicate facts with thoughts, correct?
Yes.
If I brought our sorceress companion over, he has an ability to link his mind with yours. Could you be able to recall the sound of your memory that way? This way you would not have to speak it, and he will get the information he wishes.
I could certainly try.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
Do it, Revak, now.
Do it.
I'll walk over to him and go,
Mm.
okay. Very
Before you even
gently.
start, if you ever tell me to guard a door like a common guard again, I will burn this place to the ground.
You will not because it belongs to Athena and you don't
I
want her
don't
smiting
care.
you.
Now, what do you want?
How's the thing really going to do anything to him at the moment?
That's not the point. She heard the words, but she refuses to speak them.
Right.
We would like for you to use message for her to use her memory to relay the information to you through her mind. Again, please be kind to her. She doesn't know she's done anything wrong. She honestly thinks she's been here her whole life. We've been able to get through to her by being kind. I'm just asking you to please. Let's just get the information and then we can go kill some stuff, okay?
You owe me a corpse.
Haven't I fed you several already?
You owe me a corpse. If not hers, the person who casted this magic.
Once we get the information out of the villain, he's all yours.
Deal, or we continue wondering what the sounds are.
As I said, once we've gotten all the information out of him, he's all yours.
Fine.
Thank you.
One would think Revox would revel in slowly murdering him.
He would. He just wants to murder more than him. He wants to murder the seemingly lying maid.
Yeah, Revox currently has a murder hobo boner.
Yep. I mean, he's all boners, but you know.
Anyway, so walks into the room, sees a faded titanium human skeleton walking in the room.
And somehow that is still vaguely less threatening to her than what she saw earlier in the day. She's going to
Uses his message. Right. You have something we want.
not at all disturbing or creepy.
Lucky for him, I can't hear it.
Alright, so let's get this over with.
She's going to recoil at first until she gets used to the thought of hearing you in her head.
Remember the sound of the voice. That's all I need you to do.
And as she concentrates on it, you are going to, among the multitude of other things, you're going to hear music and a lot of clanging metal amidst her thoughts as she centers on it. As I was saying,
Sorry.
as she struggles to recall the sounds that were made. And you said that he has comprehend languages. Does that mean he can understand when they're spoken as well?
I have a comprehend language, which means that I can understand any spoken language.
Don't you have to cast it first?
Not with, well, yeah, so obviously before I do the whole fucking message bullshit, I would like to cast comprehend language.
Oh boy.
Because I have eyes of the Rune Keeper, I can also understand any written language.
Which right now doesn't apply.
which right now doesn't apply, but I can write down. I can write it down as well.
Oh boy.
So yes, he understands the meaning of the words.
He wants to cast a spell. So, in this particular case, since it has been a while, I'm just going to have you roll a d10 for me to see whether or not you trigger a surge. Or you can roll 100 either way.
Okay then.
If you want to do, I'll tell you what. Roll the d10. If it triggers, it's definitely going to trigger, and we'll use the 36 as that for you.
But the spell still works, right? It just
Yeah.
messes with another
The
effect.
spell still works. I just get backlash from it. Like this time, DM.
On a 36, you grow a pair of antlers that will shed in 24 hours. He's got metal antlers on his skull.
With a capital M.
Oh, gotcha. Misunderstood what you were meaning. He literally took throwing the horns up, literally.
Before she starts to remember, all she hears is just son of a.
Alright, give me 1 second here.
Or whatever the Grecian equivalent would be.
Son of Zeus! Yeah, give me a second here. Where is the thingy that I'm looking for?
His cat is part munchkin, so he has a very small head, normal sized body.
I'm just noticing the difference when it's just like here like that. Small head, but you're so cute.
I need something that I can just type on.
Froze.
That's what happens when you poop him. He's like, It's like the kitty reset button.
Right, so.
He's typing it out. Give him a second.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make this fun here. And that was the wrong letter entirely. It was supposed to be a B, not an L.
His tail went. I don't know where my boys are. Sleeping, probably.
Alright. As long as they're in the house, that's all I care about.
Almost finished.
You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
We're just making faces at each other across the room.
As you two as silly. We're probably going to be ending here probably within the next half an hour ish, because we've already been gone for like 5 hours.
That sounds average.
I mean, to be fair though with you, I believe one of the last conversations I had with you one-on-one, well, the only conversation I've ever had with you one-on-one, you repeatedly used the phrase happy raptor noises, if I recall. Alrighty. So the reason I typed all of that out, and if you need me to, I can definitely send it over to you, Xavier, for translation purposes. Um, Basically, is because I have zero fucking clue how to pronounce it. I'm getting ready to give. I'm getting ready to. Damn it! Give me a second. Shush. You're her dark, if I recall correctly. So, yep, that works.
Yes, he's her dirt.
Her dark is what I said. That is in effect what you hear her say. What she remembers in her memory.
Right, turning all that.
Wait, weren't you gonna put that in English?
I don't remember the fuck. It's completely unrelated, so I'm just basically giving him freedom to basically say that means whatever the fuck he wants, in essence. So whatever you want that to mean, go right ahead. Make it as dark and twisted as you.
No, motherfucker. Tell me what that means.
You're supposed to give us the common version because he's got translate language, and you're the DM. You're supposed to tell us what he said.
And if not, he can just literally tell it to me, and I can translate because I know the language.
And I know the language because I'm using magic to understand every spoken language.
So basically, I'm getting to it. Basically, what you hear seems to come out as some kind of mixture of Latin, abyssal, and infernal. She recognized the abyssal from Aphion speaking, as why she recognized it. But from the best from your understanding, because it is a very strange mixture of languages, you immediately recognize that it's meant to be a binding spell.
Okay, so.
Cast was in effect trying to bind Athena's powers, and from the best understanding, possibly even to the statue of her.
I don't know why you're saying best understanding since comprehend language allows me to understand every language like
Okay.
my mother.
While you can understand every language, because this is a new spell that is a mixture of languages.
Oh
It is
right, it's so
essentially
fucking
not.
bungled. It's hard to understand even.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
fuck you.
You understand enough of what's being said to recognize that it is a binding spell, even if you don't know the exact wording.
Trying to bind her power?
Yes,
Not her.
they were trying to bind her powers and potentially even her body to the statue of herself, in effect to try and keep her prisoner in her own likeness. So she would basically be present at all times at that temple, but without being able to leave. Not being able to free herself, not being able to do anything whatsoever. And as a result of the unknown spell, that is effectively the zero thing, the ground zero. Sorry, I don't know why I blanked on that.
You were thinking patient zero.
Yeah, patient zero, area zero. A lot of shit went through my head at the same time.
Right, so if that's well, if I got what I need, I'm done with her. So I'm just gonna stand up and flip my finger over the bridge of the nose would do and just be like, my
Find anything interesting?
The spell cast was a mixture of several different languages. However, in effect, what it's supposed to do was bind Athena in her entirety to the statue I rebuilt. However, it seems to have fucked itself. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Likely Athena.
Sorry.
She's just gonna vigorously nod in response. And despite her very obvious attempt that's stamped on her face, she cannot remember anything other than before she was part of the temple. Hmm? What'd you just say?
Oh, the cat.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, you said Tyrion. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I made the joke about Tyrion Lannister the last time you mentioned it.
I'm just gonna say, completely forgetting that I'm still messaging this girl. Actually, no, remembering I messaged this girl. I have half a mind to kill you, but it's up to my friends.
The fear that is going to cross her face and just basically fill her eyes is going to very likely alert your two companions that you're not exactly playing nicely anymore.
I walk away and just sit at the table, add message to Cora. All yours.
Thank you. I appreciate the restraint.
Badly as he wanted to fucking obliterate her.
Yeah. You can tell by the oh shit look on her face.
Yeah, Athens gonna try and speak her down. It's okay. He's just red things because his magic's getting messed with by all the residual power that happened from their previous fight with Athena.
He is a very terrifying individual.
To the average person, yes.
You are much stronger individuals than I. I almost fainted from that.
Don't worry. The fact you didn't shows strength and resolve. Now, rest up and then resume your duties in the temple when you are healthy.
Thank you.
Message to Evelyn. Very nice pickup. I was afraid you wouldn't get it.
I'm gonna go find the head maiden again and explain that I think she was originally with the Romans, but I think that memory has been erased, though the habits remain. Um, as far as she's concerned, she's always been a maiden of this temple, and that's the only memory she has. Now it's up to you how you'd like to handle her situation, but I thought I should fill you in on the situation and let you make up your own mind as to whether you keep her around or send her somewhere else.
That is very kind of you to let me know. I did. Now that you mention the memory, I do believe I heard it was. I want to say Pluto mentioned something about something he referred to as modify memory. I can't quite recall, but she is
That makes sense.
causing no harm while here. If she literally cannot remember anything from before, she's fine to stay for now.
I'll leave that up to your discretion. And thank you for letting me know that Pluto's the one who did that. I knew he was possibly involved in this, and Mars as well.
You're very welcome, dear. Was there anything else?
Not at this time, but we may return soon.
Thank you. You are very welcome here anytime you wish. Please.
Thank you. Blessings be upon you.
And upon you, sister.
Right, so I'll join up with the others and I'll say, given what Bravax discovered, should we alert if they can determine if she's been bound or if she truly is missing? Because she could be inside that statue for all we know.
If she's not inside of the statue, I would think that after repairing it, she would be able to break free from it. It seems that only her power, or a very fucked up version of it, is still inside that statue.
The worst part about all this is we will need at least the gods. Sorry about that, Papillon. We will need the gods to at least make sure someone is sent to clean up the residual backlash in Tima's front.
Yeah, if they can without it backlashing on them like poor Rayvox here.
That, and we also don't want it spreading.
Right.
It is
So
spreading.
they should send someone in.
It is spreading. I forgot to mention that, but it is spreading. It seems to have done it as just a mindless spell, but when I got here, I noticed that it had gained its own sentience.
Sentience?
Sentience.
That's never good.
Oh, it has the power of a god.
How should we alert Olympus? Do we simply pray? Do we have to go back?
You're a shield maiden, you tell us.
She's a maiden of
Temple
Artemis.
maiden.
This is a temple maiden. It's not a shield maiden.
This isn't Valhalla.
You know, you're a temple maiden. Tell us. Do they hear your prayers or not?
I believe so. Fontaine, what would I know? Would it...
Roll a religion check.
I didn't give myself religion. I'm an idiot. 6.
You truly believe, despite having no direct response from Artemis, that she does hear you.
Okay, I'll try filling her in.
I have plus 4 to religion, mind if I try?
You're free to.
Religion than I do.
The one who has no declared allegiance to any deity, and he's the one that succeeds the religion check.
To be fair, my character goes to talk to the gods that he speaks to, goes directly to them. Give her praise.
The funny thing too
Move one of my
is you probably should.
something else to religion.
I definitely feel like you should probably boost that.
I guess I'm just gonna pray to whatever god cares to show up.
Or you don't have to tell me. You don't have to pray. We just need the information of whether they hear us or not.
Well then, if I can figure that out and they can come here, then obviously that's proof of concept, isn't it?
If the DM might be allowed to speak here.
Sorry.
So, as the three of you ponder the situation, a memory you were unaware that you had, Revox, pops into your head that you, for some reason, recall a maiden or a priest having told you before they have gotten direct responses from the god they pray to.
Well, Cora. Message to Cora. Well, I seem to remember that you do get direct responses. Should the god hear you, and should the god deign to do something.
I was thinking something along that lines. Artemis did send me a vision once, so I'd like to think she's got her ears on. Let's see. So she'll try and, pray and fill her in on the situation and say they'd appreciate if one of the gods could spare their time to come and have a look.
Alright. And considering the distance from Olympus, it is going to be several minutes before anything seems to happen, before of all individuals, Hermes arrives before you.
Oh, Lord Hermes, thank you for taking the time.
Well, what did you expect, Athena? Yeah, getting them mixed up in my head. Well, what did you expect? Artemis asked me to come. She and I are on pretty good terms, after all.
Well, I still appreciate you taking the time. I know you're very busy. This statue, we think at least Artemis's power, if not Artemis herself, might be trapped inside. Could you help us with
Athena!
that? Athena, God damn it.
I mixed them up in one way, and she managed to mix them up in the reverse immediately after.
You fucked me up.
I know, it's all me. You
I don't take credit.
want me to check?
Well, I don't know. You can't
Really,
really
dude?
have any magic.
Really?
All of his magic has been acting strange, so we thought perhaps magic on your level might work. Or maybe you'd be able to recognize her essence if it was here.
So, you want me to check if Athena is in that? He asks, gesturing to the very crudely rebuilt, scorched marble. He's simply going to float there listening, as Caduceus tapping against his palm while he hears what you say. You do make quite a bit of sense for him, Mortal. I will give you that immediately. I suppose I can always check. And he's going to immediately turn his attention to the statue and really concentrate on that for what seems like several minutes.
Every minute that Ravax is in Athens with his magic being fucked is another minute he's just getting more and more irritated.
But you see, we've got someone looking at the solution. That should make you feel happy.
He's doing so for now. He's doing so for now. He's just prays to God. No, he's just praying that fucking no one enters his thoughts. True.
After several minutes and obvious sweat coming off of his brow, he is going to turn and say that he does detect some of her power still in the bits of the statue, but he can't even sense even a fraction of it. So whatever went on with that, he's going to explain clearly they were unsuccessful and something happened because this isn't even half of her power. This isn't even a quarter of it.
Oh, good.
Well, if the stories are true from what I've heard, it makes sense. I mean, she would be equal to any one minor god, let alone, in a situation where she's having to fight two. Any loss of power is going to be a scale tipping moment.
Mm. Well, is there any way that we can correct the imbalance in the magic here?
He's just gonna message Cora. I don't believe our job was to fix collateral damage. It was to find a god.
I know, but I can ask him anyway. She thinks back at him. Mm.
I mean, what you say does make quite a bit of sense. It was. What was your name again, mortal? Aphion. That's right. You are the servant of Hades that was at Mount Olympus recently, were you not? I thought you looked familiar. Thank you for that. Yeah, what you say, Aphion, does make quite a bit of sense. I'm not really sure without intervention from Hephaestus that it would be feasible to try using any type of power at the moment here, as I'm sure your friend here with the horns could attest to. Yes, it would be quite the tidy little correction to what's going on, would it not?
We're just worried someone else might get hurt.
Well, that is the prerogative of mortals, darling. They do tend to be self destructive by nature in most cases.
But this would be through no fault of their own. Simply a backlash of this magic.
Oh no, I understand that, but spellcasters are always, from my knowledge, they're always warned about mixing different types of magic simultaneously. It's only it's a wonder that the one who cast this spell managed to survive as long as he has.
Well, at least we know he's still alive.
He may very well still be alive. For all I know, dealing with the Romans, the brutes that they are, they may very well have killed the individual already, for all I know. Well, if you are praying to Hades for that, they very well may have some use for him yet. That is definitely something you can hold out for, though. Being Romans and of another entire family, I wouldn't know what their thought process is. Yes, you do make a very valid point on that. Forgive me, I don't usually involve myself with Hades' dealings. He is very clearly of a different duty bound initiative than I. Was there anything else that I might be able to help you with? No, it is very entirely possible. God can shapeshift at will, after all. I mean, for all you know, they could still be in the market somewhere. Yeah, I don't even think that a Roman would be that dumb to stay at the scene of their crime, after all.
Mm.
As for you, Cora, was there anything else that I might be able to do for you?
Oh, no, thank you. I was just hoping the situation could be remedied. Suppose we'll just have to find Athena quickly and return her to this spot. Hopefully that will remedy it.
Well, do bear in mind, I said I wouldn't feel comfortable using any powers here. I am, when I depart from here, I'm going to go see Hephaestus about some kind of a curse breaking weapon of sorts, if he can manage it.
That would be lovely, thank you.
Of course. Well,
Is there anything he
yes.
particularly likes? I'd like to give him a gift for all he's done for us.
Hephaestus is obsessed with metals and the like. I'm sure anything you can give him that he can use for a weapon or a tool of sorts would probably benefit him. Although you do have to be careful, he prefers quality over anything else. He's very obsessed with that.
I've actually just pulled out the bag of 76 silver. And then message the god. This too.
No.
I got this from another dimension. I don't even know if it's fucking viable.
He's gonna look at the bag that you're offering and inspect the silver. And I've got the feeling you might want to hang on to that for the time being, Mortal. You seem like you're not exactly in the best of ways at present, and suffice to say, passage, if you have to leave the continent, if these are Romans, passage over the Ionian Sea is not exactly cheap.
Hopefully we'll find something unique to give him. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer.
Very well then. You all have a safe travel, and I am going to depart now.
You as well.
He's simply going to tip his winged cap to you as he literally zips off.
He's fine. That's a good idea.
Under iron.
Under iron. It's funnier with under iron, alright?
The under iron armor.
Right, so I guess we should rest up and try and track them down.
Alright, so you are going to notice that the inn/tavern that you noticed earlier on in the day, coincidentally referred to as the Rowdy Centaur, does happen to have enough space for the three of you for the night.
Oh, I meant to ask before I left the temple, could I see any hoof prints that might have belonged to Phil? Or I'm guessing, or was it all lost in the bustle of the people?
No, you would have noticed a couple of hoof prints, but they were obvious just hoof prints. They might have looked like they were a goat or a fawn, but as you got, animal handling and like, you can definitely roll an animal handling check if you want to see if you recognize them.
I don't have much animal handling, but I could try.
Rev-
I will be looking off to the northwest as well.
Revox has no need for religion, but holy crap. Yeah, I would say that you recognize that it's a breed of animal, specifically of goat, that would be native both to the eastern edges of Rome as well as the western edges of Greece. So whoever it was, they came from far distance to get to Athens.
And it heads northwest?
Yes.
Alright, I want to track it to the edge of town and see where it goes, and then I'll return to the inn for the night.
And you're going to successfully track it to the edge of town, at the edge of which you happen to notice, actually, the tracks lead directly beside, receding from the town, obviously, directly beside the tracks that the three of you left on your way in. And strangely, throughout the bustle of the day, that never got disturbed.
Does he want to be found?
Who knows?
I'll go back to the inn and tell my friends about my discovery.
No, just the thought. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. All of this is very cohesive, and I'm very happy about that. But a lot of this has just been out of my ass. I'm not gonna lie about that fact. The fact that it's all cohesive is amazing. Hey, it all fits together nicely, though. Thank you. But I did promise about 40 minutes ago that we'd be finishing up pretty shortly, so I know Chaos is hungry as hell. Yeah, he could definitely fill up on those nuts. Fillic you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. I'm like, is he been following us invisible this entire time?
Yeah, no.
The really irritating thing is I don't have this fucking dispel magic at this level.
Would you really want to try something that risky in the zone you're in right now, Rudolph?
I've already been fucked. I already have antlers growing out of my head. I already vomited money.
Hey, come on, it was a good one. You vomited money.
And randomly became afraid of your. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely saving this wild magic table, by the way.
No, destroy it after we finish this bullshit in Athens.
Hey, the zone is spreading.
Oh, I meant to ask, how old are the tracks that I found at the edge of town look?
Less than a day old.
Morning, or?
Less than a day old.
Yeah, but like from the scuffle this morning, or do they look more recent?
No, it would have been from that morning. They specifically stated that you very likely could have passed them on your way into town.
How did we pass that?
Hermes did point out that gods can shapeshift at will.
I have a passive perception of 17. I know. Phil's not a god.
No,
We should have been able to see Phil.
that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. I did give you a very specific set of times. Those tracks, from what you can tell, would have been leading out of town at around morning. You all arrived midday.
Yeah.
So
Oh, so
while
we
you're,
exactly past that.
yeah, you technically passed them on the road some point, but that's just because your tracks lead to give you that impression from what you saw so far.
Yeah.
You know, you literally walked directly beside their tracks, just didn't notice it on your way in.
We weren't looking for it, really.
Exactly. Because you didn't know to be looking for it, so how could you have thought to think?
How could I have thought to think, oh my god?
Yeah, how could you have thought to think that was what you needed? Alrighty, everybody. It's been fun, as always. We'll have to get together at some point to see when the next session can be and make sure everybody's schedule lines up.
I hope I can make it. This is fun.
Yes, I've definitely had a lot of fun. I'm surprised I got through the entire damn almost 6 hours for the session without there just being a single battle encounter, which was almost forced on me thanks to our favorite little bone daddy over here.
Murder hobo.
Yeah. Well, trust that the next session will have some. Yeah. I know.
Level up.
I'll tell you what.
Good night, everybody. Huh?
I'll tell you what. I will, out of the fact that you humored me in this session without pressuring, trying to force a combat situation. I will, for the level of roleplay, I'll give you guys award you guys a level.
I get compensated for being fucked over.
Yeah, I do also kind of feel bad about that for you. I'm sure Xavier can remind you later on about it.
What now? What am I reminding you of?
Sis.
We leveled up.
Yes.
I was just putting it in the D&D chat.
All right, everybody. You all stay safe, have fun out there, and I will talk to you all later.
You too. Bye.
Bye.